It has been 3 weeks of exciting action here at the new State Mobile Mashup, and tonight we will possibly be determining the last 4 slots in our grand final. Of the 16 teams who remain, 5 have already qualified for the finals, meaning 11 are still fighting over those remaining tickets. Many of those remaining teams are names we have seen week in and week out, but have always come up just short, like Strangers BD. They had a great effort in the round of 32 last night, and they will look to carry that momentum into the round of 16 and finally get over the hump. Another team that we have always performed well, but keeps coming up short, is Obey. They finished first in Group B last night, and they're clearly feeling like now is their time. And of course, the tickets could all go to teams that are seeing tonight for the very first time, like the Americas, who surprised last night in Group C, sneaking past powerhouses, Raw Material, and the Real Killers to advance to tonight's contest. The matches are mere moments away, ladies and gentlemen. This is the new State Mobile Mashup. Let's drop in. Welcome back. My name is Toffees, and I have the privilege of being your guide as we go through the chaotic action that is our pre-final night of qualifications. And it is chaotic because a lot of things are happening. I'm just going to be straight up with you right now. Vengeance, you may remember them. They qualified, then they got disqualified, and then they requalified, and now due to roster issues again, they have been disqualified. So we are now giving away more spots. More spots. That's 5 from this open qualifier. Take a look at exactly how it's going to break down. We played the round of 32 last night. It was wild. 6 games, up to 10 teams in the lobby. Oh, it was so much fun. Tonight's a little different. We're going to the round of 16. We'll have 8 and 8 in each lobby, and the top 4 from each team will advance to the round of 8 to play tomorrow. Now we're giving away 5 tickets to the grand final to play for their share of $200,000. Let me give you a little more info, because that can be a little confusing, especially with the Vengeance situation. So here is the is that there's a chance we're giving tickets away tonight. In fact, if 3 or more already qualified teams, you'll know them because they have the asterisks over their name as they play tonight, get to the round of 8, then 5 remaining tickets will be awarded tonight. It'll be the teams that make it to the final, plus our highest scoring teams in the rounds of 16. We'll break down exactly how those are picked later. If 2 or fewer already qualified teams advance to the round of 8, then the 5 remaining tickets will be awarded tomorrow, because there will be a battle between the remaining 6 teams to get those 5 spots. So it is going to be a very interesting night. It is going to have just a copious amount of math involved, if I don't miss my guess. And if you know Toffees, you know they don't let me do math. So that is why we brought in the Queen of Numbers to join me here tonight. It is going to be Clover, sitting here and helping rescue me, because this is crazy that they got disqualified. What? 5.
You know what? This is absolutely unheard of. But then again, we're in crazy times. So Vengeance,
True.
we really gave you guys the effort. We gave you guys the benefit of the doubt, but ultimately it wasn't to be. But because it wasn't meant to be, that means that that opportunity is now up for grabs for a lot of people. But that also means, Toffees, that there are a lot of what-if situations that we are also preparing for, because we've been seeing some crazy things throughout this tournament.
You think someone like me who loved Choose Your Own Adventures as much as I did as a kid would be cool with the what-ifs, but they are stressing me out. For you at home, if you want to know who the 5 teams that are competing tonight that already have asterisks are, we're going to remind you. M249 Fan Club, Pure Love, Syntax, Violent by Nature, and the Panthers, all extremely good teams, Clover. And honestly, I'm used to seeing all 5 of them in the grand final.
Yeah, I mean, these are scary teams, right? M249, Panthers, Violent by Nature. We have just seen them dominate their lobbies, get eliminations left and right. There hasn't really been a dull moment for any of these teams for every week that we have seen them participate in, for every event that they have participated in. And to see 5 of them show up once again here in the 3rd week, it does spell trouble for the rest of the teams that are trying to get those remaining qualifying spots, because these guys are going to point sponge. They are going to take away opportunities. So for everybody else not there in that 5 listed, they have got to bring their A game today.
Bring it early, bring it fast. Let's actually take a look, Clover, if you're willing to do so. Tell me a little bit more about the teams that are in the hunt.
Yeah, I mean, already to start, Americas, this is one of the teams that we got to witness yesterday during the round of 32 in our lobby with C. You can see they're 83-36 damage. They had 36 eliminations. They had the early fights, they had the late game fights, and I don't know if you guys can see this, but we had a mixture of circles, open terrain, city, and it didn't matter. The Americas really dominated all of these positions. You can see right here, Singularity doing that work in RM, and that's going to make them scary. Speaking of also being scary, Obey once again also finding domination in their lobby, picking up almost 6,000 damage, and this was the damage leader, 3rd overall for his lobby with 12 eliminations, and that made up almost half of his team's eliminations yesterday. So we're going to be keeping an eye on them today to see if they can mirror that success or maybe even grow it a little bit if the rest of the teammates can pick that up. And speaking of mirroring success, Coffees, we'll probably talk about this ad nauseum. Your local tennis club, you sold them 5,000 damage, 22 eliminations, 22 in 4 games. They finished the first 2 matches with 0 points on the board. The second half of the game finally showed up, found a chicken dinner, found the late game, found the aggression, found the elims, and managed to just push out ATS, a team that we were fairly certain was going to qualify yesterday to move forward today into the round of 16. So definitely eyes here on your local tennis club. And again, I mean, it's just unheard of to see that kind of comeback from last place into the top 4 for any type of team, especially in a lobby that had 12 teams. But last and not least, you've got Strangers BD almost breaking 10,000 damage yesterday, 42 eliminations. And they weren't even the first place team in their lobby. That title actually went to the Big Pickle, who managed to pick up 50 eliminations. So that said, we really do need to keep an eye out on this team. Venmo had a 2nd overall damage in their lobby. He was the top leader for their team, had almost 3,000 damage for his squad. So all around, I really think that this is a potential. We watch this team week after week. They haven't yet qualified, and I feel like if it's meant to happen, it's obviously going to be today, but, you know, we'll talk about it a little bit forward as we see the teams that we've kind of got to watch.
Right, because it might very well come down to the wire with 5 spots to give away and so many teams that are competing. And what I have to ask you is if it does come down to that wire, if these teams are neck and neck going into the end of today and we have to decide based on like even a tie, because it's 2 separate lobbies, right? So if they both end up in 2nd or 5th place or whatever, how is that going to be decided? What are our tiebreaker rules?
Absolutely. We've got quite a few tiebreaker rules, so I'm going to break them down for you guys. As you can see, total eliminations in the round is the first tiebreaker. So if one team has more total eliminations than the other, they will automatically move forward. If they tie on eliminations, we'll move next to the highest points in a single match. Now, if the highest points and the elims break even, then we'll move past that to the highest points, then to the highest elims. After that, we'll then be going to the highest eliminations in the most recent match, followed lastly by the highest placement points in the most recent match. So there are a lot of tiebreaker rules. You can hear I'm even getting tripped up on them, but that's really what we're looking down to. Doesn't matter how close it gets to today, we will find those 5 teams, Toffees.
We will find them, and I will continue to find my groove. I'm mad they cut the music. That music was awesome while you're doing the review. But I'll tell you who else is awesome. Our casters, we got Mustache Dave and Lipora Saras joining us here today. Gentlemen, welcome. Glad to have you. Let's jump right into who we're watching because I know the players are already piling into the lobby. So, Group A, we are not watching. This is going to be a team that is playing on sort of the second group, and we're going to check in with them throughout the day. So I know Poro has got some eyes. Is there anybody in particular, Poro, that you're watching in this? You're like, oh, these guys are going to be crazy.
I mean, look, man, M249 fan club put up 107 points yesterday in their lobby. And so it kind of feels like all these teams that are in the running, they've got to work around what M249 does. It almost feels like M249 is going to dictate how many points are even available for these guys to try to collect today against the teams in Group B.
Absolutely. And I'm not even going to bother too much about talking about the group because I think that is it. M249 is to keep an eye on. Pure Love, can they survive? Either way, they've got asterisks. This is the group we're watching, and I am hyped about it because we have a lot of question marks and also proven heroes. So let's start out with you, Mustache Dave. Who do you want to keep an eye on when it comes to this lobby?
Yo, what up, Toffees? Definitely looking at the local tennis club just based off of their performance yesterday. But another team, the Big Pickle, baby. We got Doodle Bob and Doodle Dude, the dynamic duo here tonight. So you can't bet against those two. You just can't, Toffees.
Did you say the dynamic doodle?
Yes.
Oh, I like
know,
that.
I hope they're the real deal. Poro, who are you keeping an eye on?
Man, I'm just recovering real quick. Hold on.
The real deal. Dude, Toffees, I love that, man. The real deal.
Y'all kill me with this. I can't keep up. But I
The
mean,
puns.
I think it's the same deal as the other lobby, right? You got the team, the Panthers, that could come in here and kind of keep an eye. I mean, everybody's been looking at them, but yesterday they were finished in 4th. I mean, they finished below the Big Pickles. They finished below who else? They finished below La Familia, Strangers BD. Like they were below all that. So it's kind of like how many points you can get. It all comes down to this, right? 11 teams have a shot for 5 spots across 2 lobbies, and that's it. That's the story right there.
And you're gonna tell it all night and track it, Clover, real quick, because the game's getting underway. Who do you pick? Who do you want to watch?
I'm watching also Big Pickle. I love Yo Local Tennis Club. I want to believe the consistency. I'm not quite sure is
She
there,
doesn't believe.
but Big Pickle. I mean, come on.
She doesn't
You heard of the dynamic dill? Is that what you called it?
It's
The
time.
dynamic.
Let's see it. Let's get it underway. It's time right now. By the way, I'm renewing my membership at the tennis club. They're my pick. Let's get into game number 1. Let's do this thing. We're out of here. Good luck, gents.
There they go. He takes off every time. You never use his. You just left in the wake of his takeoff there, Dave. But I mean, look, hey, I think we kind of hit the mark, right? We've got a lot of teams that have the shot at qualifying. A lot of them are in this lobby. You only have 2 qualified teams in this lobby, right? You got Team Panthers and Syntax. So what they do kind of determines how everybody else does. But you got to come out and start collecting those points quick, right?
Yeah, for sure. And last night, a little caveat, we did have 12 teams in the lobby, right? So
yeah.
I expect a lot less hot drops here tonight, which is a good thing for the lobby, especially those teams trying to qualify here to tomorrow night. So they're already going to have that going for them. And looking at the local tennis club, they hot dropped in their first 2 games. They realized it didn't work out, and they immediately went for the safer rotations, the safer drops. And I was speaking to Totes the GOAT, and they told me they're going to use the same strategy here today. Their eyes are on the bigger picture, and that's qualifying for tomorrow's lobby. So I'm definitely going to be looking forward to the tennis club and what they could do, because when they didn't hot drop Poro, they were consistent every single game.
Yeah, no, man, I agree. Like, I think that's definitely the play, but you also gotta be careful though, right? You don't want to end up in a situation like ATS was yesterday, where you were trying to avoid all that fight, avoid the hot dropping, only get involved late, and at the end, ATS they did great. They got great placements. They even got a win in there, but the kill points just weren't there, right? You gotta have that. You gotta know when to flip that switch and start getting involved and start going after some of these kills. You don't want to leave it too late to the end here. So we are checking in with those pickle boys. There goes Doodle Bob and Doodle Dude.
The dynamic dill.
They got Bacon Rick there too. I'm kind of mad that they didn't go with Pickle Rick, to be honest. Like, I feel like that's thematic and it would have fit in pretty well. But you know,
maybe
it's your choice.
Season. Maybe next season. Porosaurus, the coach, out here changing up some things already on the squad here, and they are going to be in Chester. So Chester, pretty solid drop spot. We talk about it a lot here on the stream. It's got that police station that you can go inside, unlock the safe. It creates a loud alarm, but you have the opportunity to roll a good weapon, a P90, MG3, maybe even at all. So it looks like they're gonna be having this spot all to themselves here, and that in its own right here, at least for the Big Pickles, that's huge, especially if we have 5 more games where the zones favor Chester. They already claim this as their drop spot. This is huge.
No, this is absolutely huge. I mean, we saw yesterday, obviously it was 12 teams in the lobby, but we saw there was, 4 teams hot dropping over Chester yesterday, and now they're getting it for free. So this is not too shabby for them. I definitely got, I'm keeping one close eye on Panther as that circle has popped, and Panther and your local tennis club both on the wrong side of the river, I would think, unless we get some weird circle shifts. We've been seeing some weird circle shifts lately.
Yeah. And I've been loving it, honestly. I've been loving it. Week 1, it was really predictable where these zones would go. And I even spoke to M249 fan club, and they told me straight up, like, yeah, we read the zones. And it was clear because every single game they were always in the late game with a solid position, overlooking everybody else on those cliffs. But then last week we had the new update with more dynamic zones in the extreme mode, and I think last night had to have been one of the most exciting nights when we look at those zones, because almost every single game, a lot of it was in water, and that just condenses the players even more. So I am all for these dynamic zones that we got going on here.
Yeah, man, 100%. I mean, I will say that at least through game one, I mean, they're not having to. They get a lot of playable area, unlike last night where it was cutting off. It felt like the first 3 games we were playing 50% of the circle was unplayable right off the bat, right? So this time around, they at least get to start off slow, right? No hot drops, as you said, coming through. Everybody kind of got their own drop location figured out. They get to take their time, make their way into circle. Now, the only defining feature really in this first circle is that river. So we'll see what your local tennis club and Team Panther decide to do. And I'm actually curious to see if anybody tries to push a little bit closer over towards Obey, that are kind of hanging out over there by City Hall. And it's the biggest compound closest to the center right now. Other than that, the center circle, it's a lot of open fields over there.
A lot of open fields. Says we're checking out the level 2 helmet from Jay White out here. Big chillin'. And this is, a little meetup right there, Caveman. Oh, yeah. And this is, I think, to add to your point, where the players already see there's a lot of wide open terrain here. A lot of dips as well, a lot of little mountain, little micro changes in the terrain, but not a lot of compounds, right? Yeah. So right now, if I'm in the game and I'm realizing that, I'm going to be looking for drone credits. And what am I going to do with those drone credits? I'm going to make sure everybody on the team has a deployable shield.
Yes,
we didn't really see them utilized last night as much in these open end zones. But I think as the meta evolves and as players realize, like, listen, we need these shields. It's the only way we're going to survive these open fields. I think a lot more players are going to be utilizing that item here.
I think you're absolutely correct. We got the shields as well as the vehicles, try to build those vehicle forts as much as you can. But failing that, at least for right now in C1, just try to get yourself a little bit of a compound here to play around. Looks like that's going to be the play there for La Familia as the team in maroon sets up in the center of the circle here as we check in over with Team Obey. Still finishing up, but they're going to have some company here soon as STX, it looks like, is kind of making their way through along with Strangers BD, just kind of backfilling Strangers BD there in pink. STX right behind them in the light blue. So we'll see how far STX or Strangers BD does decide to go. If they want to get any closer, they might get within range of La Familia, but it looks like they're slowing down for right now.
Yeah, Strangers, 1000% a team that we need to keep tabs on here tonight. Last night, almost 10K damage in their 6 matches, so they were just dominating. So definitely we'll keep tabs on them, as it looks like the next play zone is going to close here any moment, and we got Clover to break it down here, Poro.
Let's go.
Awesome. Well, guys, I mean, that was a really intense, hard shift. I'm going to try to have my best to help you guys out. But as you can see, there's a huge presence right now of teams down to the south. And really, I mean, this kind of dividing line, this entire north right now is occupied by one team. Everybody else fighting for position into the south. We could potentially see a little bit of shift from teams 1 and 2 up to the north. So, kind of out this way, looking for some of those wide rotations, or maybe even Team 7 coming out and taking one of these unoccupied compounds. But for the most part, just look at the chaos here down to the south.
She's absolutely right, Dave, and we are already seeing some jousting going on between vehicles here. And right off the bat, you can see La Familia, that spot that they've took in the house. They've been able to do some damage from there, but no knocks coming in just yet.
Yeah, and to add to Clover's point, I just hope the Big Pickles got some big gun skills, because they are dead center pretty much with the zone up there to the north. A lot of teams are going to be looking to rotate into Chester, so we'll keep tabs on that. As looking at Benji looking to have some damage on the board, and right across the way, That's going to be Strangers. And we were just talking about the Strangers, how last night, 10K damage. This is not a team that I will want to verse here in the early game.
I think everybody's just trying to take things a little bit slow. I think everybody realizing just how much is on the line now. That being said, STX already qualified. Team Panther in the olive green on the other side of the river on the west side also qualified. So keep an eye on them, see how they decide to play. Now, when circles like this in the past, Dave, last week we saw Team Panther kind of hang out over on that side, not crossing the river until it was absolutely necessary. It looks like they're going to try to do maybe the same thing this time, although they are creeping towards that bridge over towards the south. So we'll keep an eye on that. But it's still looking like it's getting a little bit hectic over near Cornwall.
It's all about corn that they grow in Cornwall. You know, those fields.
It's true.
Knee high during 4th of July, as the saying goes. And looks like the Americas is one of the teams.
I don't know if I've ever heard anybody say that, but I'm gonna take your word for it.
That's how you measure the corn is growing at the pace it's supposed to be growing. So.
See, I'm learning stuff.
There you go, Farmer Dave showing up here. That's gonna be Americas rotating through the fields right there. And Americas just Poro. They rotated perfectly right through 2 different teams that have full vision on that field. So Americas, the rotations on point here so far in game number 1.
Sure are, keeping it clean as they are just off to the northeast of your local tennis club. Looks like Panthers has decided to send 3 across the river, but just like last week, they're leaving legal on the other side with that green flare most likely in hand as we see trades coming through here from range. Doubt we'll see any full-on crashes coming out here, but it's still doing some pretty significant damage here, Dave.
Flash God out here trying to connect some of these shots out there in the distance up against the DSR from the opponent here. Oh, that's a head tap. Come on now. Why? Just why? You know, why? You hear the shots ringing through the window, and then you're going to go and peek that? I know we saw them leaning to his side, but leaning to his side does not protect your head. Oh, man. That was a nice shot.
You would have figured Benji would have told him. He said, like, I just got rezzed after getting knocked. Try not to peek that if you don't have to.
Hey, I wouldn't peek that window. And that's pretty big because, they're not going to push it, right? They're not going to send it. But that's a helmet. That's armor. That's meds. All those things add up here when we go through the mid to late game.
It's the little things, man. It's the little things. And there you see Koba actually has been knocked as well. So STX needs to send a man on a mission to go and get that revive off. You see Caveman is just kind of holding the line here. I think he's just kind of making sure that nobody hard pushes off of this, which, again, not really expecting any hard pushes to come out or this early, especially with Team Pickle. They've got a great setup, as you said, going on here in Chester. No real reason to try to take a risk to go and make that crash this early, as we're waiting to see where the next circle decides to go. I like this though, Dave. They've managed to be very, very careful so far this game.
Which they need to be, right? The Big Pickles, not a qualified team across the way. I don't think they know right now because I didn't see any knocks in the feed, but Syntax is a qualified team. So once when the Big Pickles do get a knock and recognize, okay, that's a qualified team across the way, you have to assume those senses are going to be alerted and their defense is going to be increased, right? Because when you're versing teams that are already qualified, in my opinion, they obviously are playing to qualify to make money, but they can risk a lot more than a team that's playing to qualify can risk. So with that simple fact, the Big Pickles are going to need to be really careful.
100%. And I think, if they got that knock, right? So they know who's over there sharing the city with them. And now, even more so, they get the circle shift once again so they can avoid all this stuff going on to the south. Everybody in the south, they know how close everybody else is. So they're trying to take their time with it. Now, I will say, right off the bat, America's sending one in early, realizing that they had the first rotation. They didn't see anybody else. They immediately follow that up and go to that north side of Chester. Now, they will be getting a little bit close here, as it looks like team number 8, your team in pink, Strangers BD, sent one in, and that's gonna be Venom way off to the north. The rest of the team nowhere near, and Venom's gonna pay the price. Dave, he goes down and immediately flushed out by Singularity.
Yeah, and I think other teams that are down in the south, they hear the gunshots, they see the kill feed, so they're looking for that big brain rotation, and they're going to wrap all the way around the Cornwall. But Team 2, Obey, is still chilling in Cornwall, so there's about 2 or 3 different teams here, Poro, in the south. The south is going to be a tough area to rotate in through here right now.
Oh, it's absolutely brutal right now. La Familia, I think they took one, actually. They took one off of Panthers. Panthers started creeping up over in that direction, but did not manage to take and give a knock onto La Familia. Instead, they trade one back. So now Panthers kind of slow playing right now. I imagine trying to get that green flare back, get back up to full strength, but they've still got a long way to go. As you said, there's still a number of teams on this south side waiting to the last minute to try to go for these rotations. Right now, you can see Totes from your local tennis club in orange. They're making the wrap around on that eastern side, going as high as they can. But now you can see the backfill's coming out from that team in light green. There's going to be Obey, and then once again, La Familia right behind them. So these long wraps that are being done over on the east side, they're paying off right now, but it might get dangerous here shortly.
For sure, and I do appreciate how your local tennis club, they saw the zone, all 4 of them popped in their vehicles, and they immediately just started that car convoy. Because I mentioned I was talking to Totes the GOAT, and they're telling me that there's not a dedicated IGL, that all 4 players kind of give their input, and then they make the call based off of the best call, or I guess the best opinion or play at that moment. So just the fact that they're doing that, they got 4 chefs in the kitchen pretty much, and they're still able to outmaneuver other squads. They got it on lock here today, Boro.
They're looking pretty good right now as America's trying to find their way. Oh, they're going to go into Chester. Oh, that's Danger Town, baby. Don't go too far in. Just get as close as you can. Okay, it looks like they'll stop off at the diner for right now, but STX extremely close here as a number of teams sending it to the city, Dave. There's still a hillside just off to the east that's completely unoccupied right now. And it looks like, who is that? That's La Familia is going off to the north. So it's still going to remain unoccupied. This is actually really nice for Panthers if they can get it. But right now, off the bat, we're going to see some urban fighting going on here as everybody's starting to run into each other into Chester.
Yeah, this is going to be America looking for the breach right here, looking to cook this grenade, get a nice little knock before vaulting through the window. But looks like America is already with a disadvantage with only 3 here. Going to be losing 1 on that push.
Okay.
Oh, losing Aaron in the back lines here, Poro.
Oh, that's bad. Singularity going to try to at least flush that out, get the point in hand. He's the last one up now. Not sure if he knows how close he is. Padrino, there you go. Get that kill, and that will flush out what's left of La Familia. So America 3 kills, but down to just 1 here, Singularity, and it is going to be really hard to try to get any revives here, Dave, in the middle of this city.
Yes, and we do see the green flare, so they might pop that, but the tennis club, they are piling in right on top of this. They heard those gunshots. Here they come from behind, Poro, and yeah, I think that's the call. If you're by yourself and you hear 4 cars coming your way, get out of there as quick as possible. You do not want to risk defending this.
Dip, dip, dip. Okay, get on out. Singularity will do that. And actually, your local tennis club now has a free reign over this spot on the north side, although I think they may have lost track of Singularity. Maybe didn't hear him make that push away in the EV. So they'll figure it out. Hopefully they don't waste too much utility trying to clear out the man that isn't there. Meanwhile, Circle did pop, and it is going to stay on Chester. Only team outside of Circle right now is team number 8 in the pink, Strangers BD on that south side. They don't have to cross the road just yet, Dave, but
not yet.
They're going to have to eventually. And that spot that we were talking about, that high ground, that hillside, you can see Team Panther has taken that. Okay, Singularity will get Aaron back at least. So
2.
Oh, there you go. You got Falcon 2. Yeah, there you go. Two back. So not all hope lost here for Americas just yet. Nice reset, but they got to get on the ground still.
So there's 2. Will they both get taken out up there, or will they both land? Oh, looks like
well,
1.
There's 1. Well,
There's
Singularity's
1.
he's not defending them at all, though. I mean, I guess they're just. I mean, this is just. And there goes Falky. Yeah. I mean, it was always going to be a tough call to get those revives in, but. Yeah, it was worth a shot. why not? You got the flares, do it. See if you can get away with it. But
yeah,
unfortunately, it doesn't work out.
Use it or lose it. That's what they said right there. And they
Can't
used
take them in the next game.
Yep, donated those points. So fortunate for the teams. But to your point about the Panthers, and you were talking about this hilltop here and how it was wide open. Looks like the Panthers did rotate. They did take it up. They are going to be occupying the top here. They have a lot of sight lines, which I really do appreciate, but they need to be cautious of overextending. And I believe that's what we saw Legal just do right there. Overextended, got knocked, and then instantly confirmed them. I'm going to be harping on this a lot here. You know what would have been the call here up on the hill? The shields, dude. The shields. No, look at the drone credits. Yeah, use the shields. Create that cover. Create that car fort you were talking about earlier on. And they got the next circle. So we'll see what they could do here from this hilltop still.
This is a tough call, man. This is such a tough call if you're Panthers. You got that high ground, but you also got I mean, assuming that they've got vehicles up there, which I assume they do, they've got a pretty easy crash down into a dead center compound in that 2x2 right there. But that'd be tough to defend, especially now that you've lost Legal. But they'll leave it open for the time being. We'll see how long it does stay open here as your local tennis club will send 2 in already. They've got 2 trailing. Look, keeping an eye out for Singularity. Panthers, meanwhile, they still have that high ground. They can kind of free farm ADR from that spot as we take a look back now towards Obey getting pretty much ripped to shreds by STX, but they've got to worry more about what's coming in from the backside. Stranger BD, they have to play somewhere. They have to cross that road now, Dave. You can see them in that light pink on the mini-map. They are coming.
A lot of teams are coming. It looks like STAT did call in the green flare, by the way, for the Panthers. So there's going to be a teammate above probably relaying the intel that the Big Pickles are pushing up the hill, trying to take this high ground for themselves here, Poro.
I love it. I love the aggro play for the Big Pickle. They realize the strength of this spot right now. It will start off by taking the first knock, but TP is really, really low. Bacon Rick down, Doodle Bob down. Trades going on all over the place here. Is Doodle Dude has gone down. I think it's Kneecaps the last one. Is this a 1v1 between Sad and Kneecaps? He's gonna find him, but they got the revive off, Dave. The one player is coming down. Legal has a pistol in hand. Can he win the fight? Oh my God! Kneecaps clutches it out.
Oh,
but no, from range. It's your boy Totes. Oh no.
Totes the goats.
That's why he's the goat
too, right? Yesterday, all day with that SLR. Wow, but shout out to the Big Pickles though. They recognized there was a team over there. They did that ultra wide rotate, and yeah, I mean they won the fight. They won the fight, but the third party did them in right there, and yeah.
I mean, taking that full-on 4v4 with Panther, well, I guess it was technically a 4v3, but they did get Legal back at the end, and Legal almost got him there with the pistol, but in the end, it was not enough. Singularity just trying to stay alive here, eating some blue damage, trying to sneak in just behind your local tennis club, but now it's all down to your local tennis club and STX on the south side. STX is cleaned up. But your local tennis club, there you go, Singularity is down, but your local tennis club stands to gain so much from this game here. They can start off huge.
And we talked about it in the earlier game. When the tennis club aren't hot dropping, they are consistently placing in the top ranks here. Poro, let's see if they can pull it out here because STX, they are qualified. So this is a big match for the tennis club.
Oh, Jedi. Oh, we've seen what Jedi can do from that flanky, that sneaky flank position. Totes, though, manages to get through. We'll take that high ground. Koba will go down to me not Uwu. That is a really hard name to say. Okay, Totes, dropping down. They spotted out Jedi. They find the flanker. Fantastic stuff from Tennis Club so far. And now STX is down to just Caveman and Jay White. They're trying to hold the fort, play some tower defense at the diner. Jay White will land some big shots onto Totes, but Totes has the bullet hose, the M249 in hand. That Tommy gun is terrifying, though, to have to go up against Caveman. We'll find one with the Vector, and now he's going to secure those points for STX. 1v1 on the end. STX wins it. Caveman will be the one to do it with the Vector.
Wow, so close too. What is that HP at? So Caveman did end up getting the quick reload, and I believe Totes was pre-firing that corner with the M249, but Totes with the the health bar disadvantage, right? Peek in that corner right here. Especially with the Vector up close like this, the Vector just fires more bullets than the bullet hose that you were talking about earlier on. But shout out to Totes, though. I really did appreciate Totes' high ground position that was able to cut off the flanker from STX that you were talking about right there.
That's huge.
I think that really gave them that fighting chance because the tennis club, they had to push across that road, right? They didn't have the zone, while STX did have the zone.
Yeah, I mean, the problem for STX was that they had the zone, but they didn't have any like real sight lines onto that road. So shout out to your local tennis club for kind of feeling out the situation. Now they threw a smoke to make the cross, but it bloomed a little bit late. So little things for your local tennis club. But regardless of the fact that STX won that, your local tennis club still picks up a bunch of points off of that. Still picks up a big second place, and they're going to start off huge here in a game where it's all about who's going to get the most points here for those 5 slots.
All about getting these points here, baby. We got a couple more games to go. After the break, Clover and Toffees to break down game number 1.
Game 1 is done, and the tennis club pays the syntax because that win was so easy. Even a caveman could do it. Comes up with the clutch, takes home the victory, gets themselves a win. And it was a good game, Clover. A lot of fun.
It absolutely was. I think there's no surprise to see the teams that we did see having a strong performance out of that match. But, you know, for me, a big surprise was that at the final fight, when it came down to one team versus one team, your local tennis club was present and accounted for, and not by luck. They worked their way there. Totes, the GOAT, as we've heard Dave call him, once again putting that action in. And I'm just, beautiful first game for this lobby, Toffees.
I love action. Let's take a look back at the action from game number 1. Do you know what time it is, Clover?
Is it replay time?
No, it's highlights.
Highlights. I love it, right? And all right, we're already going to jump into phase 4 because things were relatively modest at first. But we did have that hard shift, Toffees, that kind of threw all the teams on top of each other, battling for that final compound. And things went really chaotic. By the end of phase 6, we got down to 7 teams. By phase 7, we were down to 3 teams. And of those 3 teams, the ones that were keeping things alive, your local tennis club and Syntax. But real quick, I mean, this fight at the top of the hill, Panthers had this position. It was a strong one, but Pickle fought for it. They dominated it. And just as Pickle finally won that 1v1, Totes, the GOAT we're seeing right here, did manage to clean up that last player. So really good proactivity from your local tennis club this game.
Totes, the GOAT, loves to clean up that trash, goes ahead and makes a nice little play. Then we go back to the end of the match as Caveman comes around the right side. I love that not only did he finish the game, but he also secured points. Like, he made sure he got the flushes so that even if he lost, they were putting points on the board. And that's what Syntax seems to do very, very well. They're in first place. Yay. There's the asterisk next to their name. Panthers, not so great a game. Pickle, Tennis Club, America's right behind that. The teams, you actually mentioned before we started today that you kind of had your eyes to keep an eye on Big Pickle and America's. You thought they had a lot of potential. Look at us doing good.
Yeah, you know what? Just to start off the bat, I think they were making smart plays, good moves. The thing about Americas is even when they don't have an extremely explosive game, they're still finding the points. We see them picking up both elimination and placement points. A very modest match for them. But your local tennis club, they're tied second for kills this match with the Big Pickle. Remember, Big Pickle is very proactive in engaging this fight. So your local tennis club, Totes, was looking in every direction, seeing what he could pick apart. I mean, the only 3 kills that the Panthers had was on the Big Pickle. That was 3 of their team members. So you've really got to look forward through the rest of the matches today and see who's going to start finding those win points.
Clover, can I do my best Fonz impression for you? You ready?
Oh, please.
All right, I just want to talk about Group A. No, not great. Not great. It was okay, though, because it got us to Group A, where M249 Fan Club is already in first place. 20 points, 1 game.
I'm so surprised.
What else is new, right? Shocks. Oh, my gosh. Literally, Team 3 asks a question that Team 1 answers. That's the reality of that board. So we'll keep tracking them. Then that's it. Who hosts? Good luck, guys.
Yeah, you know what? I mean, that's almost half the lobby for M249. I mean, I feel like that's going to be the trend that we're going to see with Group A. But like you said, we're going to keep keeping tabs on them. There's a couple teams without that asterisk in the name in the running over there. So definitely keeping it spicy going forward into tomorrow.
Let's get our casters in here. We've got Farmer Dave and Porosaurus. Farmer Dave, the only farmer who rolls up on a diamond tractor. I guarantee you've got that hidden away somewhere. First game, who is the farmer's choice for their performance in that game?
Tennis club. I'm with you, Toffees. Yesterday, you made me a believer in the tennis club, and we saw their comeback yesterday. And with game number 1 already underneath their belts, I don't see anything stopping them. All they got to do is maintain, baby, maintain. And we're going to be seeing him here tomorrow. I guarantee it.
I like it. I agree, but I'm going to volley that back over to Clover. Do you think Tennis Club has the ability to go the distance, or are they playing on a dirt court?
I think the possibility is there. When we finished yesterday, you asked me my ending thoughts. And my ending thoughts was, did Tennis Club shake off those beginning matches where they had 0 points? Did they shake off those games where things weren't coherent? Can they take that momentum forward? So far in game 1, the answer seems to be yes, but there's still more games to be held. So we'll see. We'll see where we go forward.
Oh, well, Poro, you know what? Let's just say, hey, good luck. Have fun. Enjoy the game. Bye.
Bye.
Get them out of here. Get them out of here. They're sleeping on the Big Pickle, man. I can't believe they'd be sleeping on the Big Pickle like that, Dave.
Yeah. I mean, the Big Pickles, they had an okay game, right? An okay game.
Okay
I gotta see
game.
more. I gotta see more.
Oh,
I gotta see
man.
more.
Oh man, Big Pickle. I mean, look, hey, 14. They had almost 1,500 damage in that first game with 6 elims, and Dave, they made that hard push, hard crash onto Panthers. Perfect timing. Now they end up losing it as they got sniped away by the eagle eyes of Totes. Making sure you got that last player at the top of the hill so you couldn't get the revives. But you know what? As far as like who looked good, I really like the way Big Pickle was playing that first game, and I think they're set up pretty nicely. Your local tennis club, yeah, they look great, but they were also playing from a north side where they just kind of cleaned up whatever was left. So, you know, as far, I'm not trying to take away anything from them, but I like the way Big Pickle was playing better. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Listen, I like the way the Big Pickles are playing too, but if I had to pick between them and the tennis club, I'm picking the tennis club all day. That's all I'm saying.
Oh,
and
okay, we're gonna do this.
To add to your note, though, they did push on top of the Panthers. Yes, the Panthers only had 3 at the time, but the Panthers, an already qualified team, right? Yeah. So they're already qualified. They're big chill, and they got those skills. So that's a big team to push and win the fight against here, in my opinion.
No, absolutely, and you know, it got pretty close. It definitely got pretty close. I mean, it came down to the 1v1, but they did win it. They won it,
yeah.
And that's what matters. And looks like right off the bat they'll avoid Americas for right now. I think kneecaps might be a little AFK maybe for the time being. We'll see if they can. They'll just defend him for the time being. Hopefully, Americas doesn't push onto this. You got STX off to the north as well, so that's a little spooky. But once again, Dave, another game where we're seeing a lot of real estate available. We're not cut off again by water like we were yesterday. Everything's playable, so I imagine we'll see a pretty slow early start to this thing.
Yeah, the Ville just wide open, and I want to point out real quick, even though M249 are not in this lobby, everybody that's playing in this lobby, they respect the exhibit hall, and they don't drop there. They don't want to get comfortable dropping there because they already know M249 qualified. They're going to be in the grand finals. That's just how much weight that team holds. That's all I'm saying. And we saw after their first game, they're already at the top. I'm not even surprised at this point. But just the fact that they're not even in this lobby and no team decided to drop at the hall, that goes to show you how much respect that squad has gotten in the last 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks here in the new State Mobile Mashup.
I said it's a waste of time. Why would we do that? I mean, we know we're not going to drop there if we do make it to the grand final, so no, let's not even mess with it. Dude, no! Get real close, singularity, like a gargoyle on the top of the building. We'll spot him out. We'll find the last shot in, and that is going to be one in the pocket of Americas. And now we're back to that spot where they're having to play with 3.
Yeah, fortunate for the Pickles. It is early game though. It is early game.
Should get them back.
They can still loot. They already have enough drone credits to get the green flare, so they should be able to get him back. But by the way they're pressing here, got Bacon Rick over here looking for some smoke out there. Ooh, and the thing that kind of scares me is I know there's a good amount of distance between them, but to the north is Syntex. So if Syntex hear this and they're looted, they're ready to go, what's stopping them from pushing south and taking the fight with the Big Pickles?
What's stopping them? That they're Syntax? Well, Syntax don't push. They don't push until they absolutely have to. They like to post up and wait for teams to come to them. They're not like an M249 type team that's just going to go out there and start hunting people. You know, they're playing more for grand finals practice, I think, where they're just kind of keeping it together. They will take a few shots at a passing Bacon Rick, but nothing going to land. And yeah, so I mean, Syntax, they got a compound. They're close to center circle. They got no reason to leave, so they're chilling for right now.
Well, you heard it here. What's stopping them from pushing? It's because they're Syntax. So maybe they can.
Tell me I'm wrong.
I mean, you're not wrong, but Bacon Rick pulling up to lab. I don't know if this was the choice. Oh, Bacon Rick jumping off that vulture just a little too soon. Okay, So the teammates,
All right.
the duo that's still alive, don't go this direction.
No.
They're gone.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what they're doing. They're like, nope, we're not gonna go to lab anymore.
Well, there you go. You see what?
Nice little compound.
Yeah, they got it. This is free, but you can see what they were able to do in game number 1. 1481 damage in game number 1, and that's what I'm hoping to keep seeing from now. This game is going to be a little bit hard to replicate that, right? They already lost too early. Hopefully they'll be able to get people back, but it's still going to be kind of hard to put up those high deeps numbers this time around. STX, meanwhile, they've got that center compound. They got 1342 damage and 7 elims in match 1, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them do that here again in this game. I mean, center compound. Look at all the drone credits they're getting. Yeah,
chilling. And talking about drone credits, if I'm not mistaken, Bacon Rick had half of the drone credits from the Big Pickles on that set. Yeah, because when we saw them, they didn't have enough to get that green flare. So lesson learned here, if you are the board scout, give your credits to someone else in the back lines, right? You cannot be holding half of the bank of the credits going scouting like that, because you're just delivering credits to other teams at that point.
That's just blind on the blind crash into lab. That's just ill-advised. But you know what? They get the green flare. Doodlebob's gonna be happy with it. Not two. Only one. They're gonna have to go. They're gonna have to figure out what to do after this one. They do have all this compound still left to loot up, but you know and I'm starting to look just off to their northeast, Dave, and I'm seeing Panthers starting to creep through lab and get a little bit close.
Yeah.
To Strangers BD, who was that team that took out Bacon Rick. But okay, never mind. Panthers looks like they're just going to be in vehicles. They actually might head over. They might end up heading over towards Big Pickle now. Got to keep an eye on this.
Yeah, they got Khaled up there to the north, looking for another one out there, looking for some loot. 3 teams, though. I'm getting a little concerned for the Big Pickles because they're a team that needs to qualify, right? And just the fact that the zone, there's so much open terrain. Of course, we see it because we got the map. But 3 teams right on top of each other, it's going to be a challenge. And I'm very curious when this next circle pops. Like, we got the expert. We got Clover here.
We do.
Like, what does Clover think about this?
You know, we also have a circle that is centering itself up on Factory, you guys. And you'll notice this high ground right here. It's where we've seen Panthers. We saw them on the high ground last game. We know that they like that terrain. It's barely in the zone. So looking forward, they do have other opportunities for where they might like to play up here on the outside of Factory. So that could be a potential. I mean, really, look at this. We've got so much open space here. This whole area up for grabs by so many different teams. We can see Obey starting to rotate just on the outside of your local tennis club, anywhere that anybody wants to play. But the big issue, obviously, is going to be those high grounds.
She's absolutely right. That high ground going to be big to play. Now, the only thing we got going for them right now, Dave, is that all those high grounds are on the edge of the circle, right?
Yeah.
So depending on where the next thing decides to shift, now you can get up there, use it now to try to scout out what you want to play next to see where everybody else is. But, you know, unless you get that hard shift to go in your favor, which, you know, it's happened. It's happened before. It happened last game. We saw these hard shifts.
Information is key too, right? To add to your point, like
absolutely.
Information is everything here in this game. So I wouldn't be opposed to it. And I'm looking at Obey because we saw them on the break. They're on the wrong side of the leaderboard when we're looking at teams that are trying to qualify here. So hopefully Obey can kind of recognize like there's a lot of high ground. Nobody's currently occupying it. So maybe we should take it up and get some of that intel here.
Would be nice to see. And going back to your point from game 1, all that high ground to play around, let's see them shields come out, man. Let's see them shields come out. Let's see the vehicle forts, the shields, everything you can use to try to hold on to that high ground. But again, still a little bit too early to really commit to it, as everybody's just kind of making their way through. Everybody kind of hugging the edges now. STX the only one really that's feeling comfy. I mean, they're chilling in Factory. They have this whole thing now. They did hear Panthers start to creep in on their east side, and now Strangers BD have left lab and they're starting to kind of work their way over in this area. So Factory, it's working out really nice for STX right now, but it's a lot of real estate to cover just as a 4-man squad.
Yeah, I do appreciate how Jedi did recognize that there's a tower across the way and saw that an enemy did pull up. That tower's popped, buddy. Yeah, you already lost the tire here, and it still works. It still operates, but it's a little slower. If Koba can hit a snipe out the car, that would be something else.
That'd be nasty.
STX, since the drop, big chilling in factory. Big chilling. We'll keep tabs on them because we got to push Poro.
Yeah. Panthers trying to avoid STX. They end up pushing right into Americas. They'll lose Malcone. And now they're down to 2. As you see, Khaled has bled out in the blue. Maybe a little DC issue there. We'll see if Panthers can get back. I mean, they should be sitting on a fair amount of credits right now. They could be able to get Malcone back, but that's still, you know, you'd prefer not to take that L, just kind of wrapping around the edge of a circle, you know?
Kind of just giving away points, you know, right there. And hopefully Sad could give up the V-Ron out here that's still missing that tire. Just give it up, Sad. Give it up. Go find another vehicle. It's still pretty early on in the game that there's definitely a vehicle that's that'd be able to be utilized. But Koba, with the 8 times, zooming in over here. Almost getting Venom. 13 out left. Whew.
Venom found out. Well, he's at least got a new spot a little bit closer to the center of the circle, scouted out for his squad. Looks like they're going to go and join him, and a lot of vehicles on these boys, so they should be able to make it up there just fine. They're going to have to make it just right through here, and it looks like no shots will come. Well, a few come out from STX. Why not? But he hits it. Koba doesn't miss those. You see how excited he was. He hit it. He immediately shot again, tried to quick scope that man, but it didn't work out for him. But he did the damage.
Yeah, and those are the shots that when you're playing, you're like, I hope they're watching me right now. I hope they're spectating me because
we see you, baby.
Yeah, we see. I bet you a lot of these players make these pretty nice shots, and they're just not on stream. But Koba right here getting the full spotlight. As all these players, they seem to have found a decent location for the time being, a nice buffer between them and the opponents. Next zone is about to close in here very shortly. It's like the Doodle Bob back up and running. Bob with the deployable shield. Right across the way, though, Strangers. I know game number 1, we didn't really see them pop off, but yesterday, 10K damage. Oh, man. Strangers were on the ball yesterday. Okay, looks like they're calling in a drone, and Bob out here trying to steal it. And, I heard it drop, so they might have gotten the yoink.
I mean, they could use it, couldn't they? I mean, they spent all their credits getting 1 back. If they can get another green flare, they could get everybody back in. And
the P90, let's go, baby. Easy win. Easy win.
You know, I know Dave loves that P90, and for good reason. But look at this. Actually, look at teammate. That's Strange BD starting to creep out a little bit, trying to see if they can go get their crate. Now, they do have to be careful. I think it's just Golden Boy out there, and okay, he's gonna get it. So he's out of the line of sight of the rest of Big Pickle. So no shots will come through, no harm, no foul. Strange BD back on it. As we saw, the circle did shift, Dave, and it's going right over to Factory. STX is big chilling.
Yeah, kind of similar to game number 1 too. So they got the formula, they got the playbook. If I'm any team looking at the VODs here, I'm looking at what they're doing. I'm looking at the positions and the rotates. But talking about the rotates, Strangers, they were able to loot that crate and get their drone crate as well. All 4 vehicles looking for a spot to call home. Just managing to pass right by the Big Pickles here. They're going to be up here in the north. I believe all 4 of them should safely make it up here. So pretty nice rotate from Strangers BD.
Yeah, you know, I was a little bit nervous about it because they were so spread out and so split up, and actually they still haven't even stopped yet. They're going to go a little bit further, but they gained so much intel about what's going on this north side, in that there's nothing. I mean, they've got this whole north side, really. I mean, they know STX is in Factory. They know that they've got Big Pickle just off to the northwest. So they could probably scout that out a little bit. Now, they may not know about Americas just off to their south, but that's about it. You can see America's trying to do this big 2-2 split. You're going to gain a little bit more information about what's around them. So it looks like they've spotted out their closest competition off to the south.
Yeah, Tennis Club.
And Tennis Club take a few shots over in that direction. As yep, Tennis Club has to worry about a little bit about La Familia as well, as they're right on that south side. The only team still trying to make their way in though, Dave, Big Pickle on that north side, man. How are they gonna get in?
Well, they did it game number 1, the same exact play. And remember, they push uphill against the Panthers. The only thing is this time, there's 2 different teams that they might push right into. And we see Kneecaps looking for that drive-by shot over here onto the Americas. I believe able to get some damage. But that's what I was going to say. With the Americas 2-2 split, if a whole team crashes them, they're already at the disadvantage for them.
That's true. That's true. Fortunately, it looks like Americans aren't going to have to deal with that just yet. Is Big Pickle just going to cruise on by? But where are they going to go now? I mean, there's, look at the terrain that they have to work with, Dave. There's just nothing out here except for a little bit of a hill maybe up here and some rocks. That might be the best thing that they've got going. But now they're going to have company, as it looks like that's going to be Obey trying to make their wrap in. They were coming in from the south side. They were the other team that was still outside of the circle. And then they are going to pull off of that. Kneecaps goes down. Oh, okay. They should get that res. They get that res. Maybe?
I don't know. All you gotta do is pre-fire through those smokes. Yeah, Doodle pop 1 HP, popping out the smokes, and we still hear those bullets. Looks like Dude is gonna pull up, try to block some of those bullets. So then after Bob getting taken out, Dude is like, okay, I'm out. I tried. And now I think the objective is to survive, you know? Survive the Big Pickles.
This is, I mean, at this point for Pickle, this is a write-off game. You know, everything that could go wrong did go wrong for him. So we'll see if they can, they'll see if we can keep Doodle alive, maybe net some points off of this or rally a little bit. But now STX having to hold off the push from Obey. They're going to find one to trade back onto Koba. They'll get Quatch down as well. So they take out 2. Now the wrap coming through from the other side. In's trying to hold the line. We'll get 2, but now Jedi and White come in from the other side as well. So this is what we were worried about with that hold from Syntax. It's a lot of real estate to try to cover by oneself, but they will do so, and they will keep themselves up here, and then we'll get both reses. None of the flushes came through, Dave.
Yeah, and shout out to Jedi. Legit the only player all week and last week rocking the MP5K and making it look good, Poro. Making it look good, dominating with it. Every single match, Jedi has that as their secondary. And popping on over to the Americas, looks like they are going to be defending against Strangers BD, but a little compound fight over here, as it looks like La Familia trying to open up this fight with some grenades on the Tennis Club, and they were able to take out Goats.
Oh, yep, that's going to be the dinner bell ring, and Benji will go down, but Sharu will find the immediate trade back onto Silver. So Tennis Club now in some big trouble. As Memento, I think the last one up. Yep, well, trying to play the wall for the time being. We'll pull back now. Doesn't see anybody running around. Can't pick anybody off on the outside. Would love to be able to at least get the flush onto that knock, but it's not going to happen here. So Memento in a world of hurt.
Does have the custom UMP, so might be able to utilize that. But yeah, the pickups happening across the way. Benji should be able to get revived, and they have 3 teammates. So if all 3 teammates were to help get that revive, it would be almost instant. You know, the more teammates you have helping out, the shorter the time is.
That was a really clean push from La Familia, though. I mean, that was really well done. That was that whole fight was over in about 10 seconds. I mean, that was clean as you could get. Now they still have to deal with that one last snake in the grass here, but more problems going on the north side as Team 8 in pink, Strangers BD, trying to find a place to call home on the north. They will find Doodle Dude, so that is the Big Pickle out and dusted. Now STX and Americas are starting to creep over in this direction to see if they can clean up whatever's left of Strangers BD.
Ooh, blow up the Electron. Go for it. Gonna be swapped to the barrel with the spray through the smoke here. And America's starting to turn up here like we saw last night, but it looks like one of their teammates getting caught in the back end over there. Should be able to get picked up behind that boulder. Nice little 2-2 split though from the Strangers. You got a duo trying to hold out Syntax in the north, and then a duo holding out Americas to the south.
Oh, Angry Boy's grenade just short. I don't know if that second one will get it. Nope, Flash Guy will get back on his feet. So after all is said and done, Strangers BD pinched between two teams. They're able to get the reses, and they're back up to full strength here. Now Venom and Golden Boy, or Venom and Flash God rather, trying to fight it off on the west. They are 2v4 against STX. Meanwhile, Golden Boy and Volt trying to see what they can do against Americas. They've got rocks, they've got smokes, but that's about it.
Yeah, and a 6 times on a Scar. So we'll see how that works out. And it looks like both players going to be able to pop in and group up with their teammates. That could be a really nice rotate for them to be able to group up right here.
I mean, I can't believe they're still alive, honestly. These guys are proving themselves to be extremely hard to kill. And STX, for their part, I mean, they haven't made the push in to capitalize off of any of these knocks just yet, because I guess they're a little bit worried about Americas. Meanwhile, La Familia trying to send it right into Panthers, and they get absolutely roasted.
Yeah, we complimented them on their compound push. That was beautiful. But right there, I believe they piled 4 in that vehicle, and all 4 of them just annihilated.
I mean, it was Malcone and Sad, just 2v4, and they just picked them completely apart. Now, keep them, Memento still alive. Memento's still in it for Tennis Club, off on the south side. Nobody anywhere near. So that solo player could come in huge here at the end. As we see now, Volt, the last player up for Strangers BD, hiding right on the edge of the zone. The circle will go over to STX. We'll see how long STX can hold everybody at bay. They've just been playing tower defense, man. I don't think they've walked 50 steps this entire game.
Hey, we got those numbers, by the way, so we can definitely get to those numbers.
True. How many nautical miles have they gone?
Memento loves the VSS. Loves it. Almost every single match with that one. And the supersonic right there, I wouldn't be surprised if the Panthers don't even know where this is coming from.
Only problem is
they got
little light on ammo, and yeah, they definitely got to move. They're gonna find another one though, but been spotted out. In the blue. You do hate to see that. Oh man, I would have loved to see some more damage come through. I love a VSS, or just causing havoc. Here's Jedi. We'll hear Singularity try to pull back. Goes right into the smoke. Singularity will find one. Gets at least a trade. As now America's trying to decide what they want to do here. Okay, Jedi, heard your advice. Got that deployable shield laid down. Peeking around the outside. Look at all the deployable shields. STX, man, it's like they knew. They heard us, and they are using them to great effect right now, although Jedi will lose the trade. And now Caveman right up against the blue, going to take some big damage. Volt going to try to survive here for Strangers BD.
Yeah, the fact is, though, that STX have all the cover, and they pretty much made all this cover, as Jay White going to be pulling up here with the custom Tommy up close and personal by Angry Boy with the lean peak SLR here. It's up to Caveman once again to carry the baton for STX.
How's Angry Boy getting in these red dot SLR? Ain't got but 15 bullets left either. What are you gonna do, Angry Boy? If you pull this off, it's gonna be absolutely insane. There's no reason you should win this. Volt gonna take a whole bunch of damage to the blue though. Has that ump in hand. Volt, he gets spotted out. Just like that, Angry Boy gets the win for Americas.
And that's what they needed. That is exactly what they needed. Not really a big pop-off performance in game number 1. Oh, yeah, they saw you. They saw you. Angry Boy had the boulder too to kind of utilize for cover, but Angry Boy, time was not on their side, as we see right there, taking these shots in the blue zone. Yeah, if they would have missed a couple more, the blue zone would have gotten them, right? So Angry needed to land those SLR shots.
Wow. Last bullet gets the kill, and that was his 6th kill. Angry Boy. So 11 total for Americas to go along with that chicken dinner, and 11 kill. Oh man, that's nuts. That's nuts to me that he's in there with the red dot SLR at the end of the game, and he manages to get the final kill with the last bullet in the magazine. Dave,
that's how it's done.
It's nuts. It's nuts.
That's how it's done. Shout out to the tennis club, though, having that solo survive for as long as they did. That should keep them afloat when we're looking at those consistent points. But the biggest shout out has to be to STX. Yeah, I know they had the factory for majority of the game, but we had a nice glimpse of their late game. They had vehicles. They had so many shields. We counted at least 3 or 4 shields. So they were planning ahead, Poro, and that is what I love to see here.
Turtled up, baby. But that is going to do it for game number 2. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Toffees and Clover will tell us all about it.
Welcome back. We'll take a look at Angry Boy because he deserves all the accolade as he lines up the perfect one shot, one bullet, one chicken dinner. Reminds me a lot of a Thanksgiving at my house. Clover, how are you doing? That was a great game and a great ending.
Absolutely. I mean, you heard everybody call it out. You called it just now. Poro said it as well. It was down to the last bullet. Angry Boy absolutely pulling out a clutch victory in the end for Americas. And Toffees, I mean, I told you they were a team to keep an eye on as they're consistent every match. And coming out on that second game with the chicken dinner, it's exciting to see.
Is that anything else that sums up the Americas team more than one bullet and a dream? Let's take a look back at how those dreams came to be. It's highlights.
Ooh, you sound like me right now. All right, but let's talk real quick. Let's get it out of the way. The Big Pickle having another big slip here. I think Poro even called it a write-off game for them because just things aren't quite working. And I really feel like if they can get things together, we could see some growth on the leaderboard. But as we've pointed out, there's a really big race going on for the top. And when we looked at the late game, who was up there again? It was Syntax, it was Americas, and also it was, even though they had no elims, your local tennis club. So that consistency is what we're going to need to see from these teams today.
Ooh, this is a Panthers. This is where we get sad, surrounded, literally sad. But they're a team that could be a real interesting wrench in the works. If Panthers turns it on, and they get to a point where 4 asterisk teams might progress to tomorrow, then they open the door for someone to qualify during the Big 16. So here is the standings after that round. This is Group B. Americas in first place at 29, looking really good right now, Clover.
Yeah, that's a good position to be. They've actually knocked Syntax out of that top spot. Strangers BD really struggling just a little bit. They've been, again, finding those elim points, finding the placement points. You can see just almost a perfect balance between the two. But just after them, your local tennis club, 2 matches in. When we were at this point yesterday, they had a whopping 0 next to their name. So the big scores that we were watching, Panthers, Big Pickle, Obey, not quite living up to that expectation today. So we'll see. Maybe the first 2 matches, they just needed to get a feel for the lobby. We'll know going forward as this next game, that kind of marks our halfway point.
It does. So real quick, as we get ready to transition, I want you to take a look at this leaderboard, everybody at home, because remember, we're giving 5 spots due to the disqualification at the end of the event tomorrow. That could be unique because Syntax has an asterisk, Panthers does as well. The top 4 teams from this lobby will advance to the final. And now if we roll that over to Group A and take a look at how these guys are doing, no one is shocked to see Violent by Nature and M249 Fan Club fighting for dominance. But what that does, Clover, is it means because Pure Love is in 5th, and on our other leaderboard, Panthers is also in 5th. If either of those 2 teams can slide over to the left side of this board, we may have to crown a ticket to grand final and give it to a team from the top 16 who doesn't even make it to the top 8.
Yeah, you really hope to not see that. But, I mean, Violent by Nature, look at that. 17 elimination points. That's more than all of the points what Hansu's gotten in 2 games. M249 Club, 24 elimination points. That's more than all the points that Buhos Gaming has got. So it's the elimination points as well as those chicken dinners that are a huge factor in those 2 top teams. They could just have a slip up. We could see maybe a little bit of a saving grace from those 2 teams. The other issue, obviously, is Pure Love. They're kind of having a struggle bus of a day. They're in 5th place, but they only have 8 points. So if they somehow pop off, they could potentially knock out what Hansu or Buhos. So keep an eye on them as well.
All of that was a lot confusing. So let me show you one more time how we have a bit of an interesting scenario. The final picture here. If 3 or more already qualified teams advance to the round of 8, then the 5 remaining tickets will just be straight up awarded because we know who the top 8 are tomorrow in 5 positions. If 2 or fewer go, there will be a race tomorrow because there'll be one person who can't have a ticket. If 4 or more go through, this is kind of a new development potentially, we will be giving the 5th ticket to somebody who is the highest kill count of the 5th places in the 2 different groups in the round of 16. So it's going to be chaotic. I don't envy Clover, who I have literally assigned this task of please just get a pencil and paper because I cannot do it.
I got this.
My math is horrendous, and I need you to help us track that. But it is pretty crazy. Let's do this. Let's pull in our casters. We got Mustache Dave, Diamond Dave, Farmer Dave, all the Daves here. And Porosaurus has yet to give me a snappy nickname, but I sincerely awaited.
Professor Poro. We got to bring back Professor Poro. I mean, you're talking up my math skills. I feel like of the four of us, Poro probably has the best on-air math.
The professor?
No, please don't put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. But like, I was actually hoping that one of you guys would do my math homework for me, because I gotta be honest, there's so much stuff going on between two lobbies. It's nuts, and that's without even talking about the performance of some of these teams that are already qualified. That's kind of slipped a little bit, like Panthers. What's going on with Panthers, man? I don't even know. They look bad.
You're like my kid. We were playing Minecraft last night. He started typing in chat, "Dad, what's 36 times 2?" And I answered, and they did it again. And then I went, "What are you doing?" And he said his homework, little turkey. He's using Minecraft to cheat. I respect it. Well, guys, the game is about to get underway. That's it from me and Clover. We're going to get out of here and leave it to you, gentlemen, to take us to the match. Good luck.
Let's take him to the match. Let's take him to the max, Dave. Yeah, I see you over there. I'm gonna look at you too. You know, I'm not slipping. But look, hey, so this lobby is very, very interesting, right? Everybody's still pretty close. You know, one win, one good game will kind of bring you back up into things. Man, that other lobby's terrifying though, isn't it? I mean, M249 and VBN just feasting on every single point available. It's making things tough over there. And hey,
what up?
What up?
I would not want to play another lobby. I would not want to play the other lobby. That's what's up for sure. Like you said, two teams already qualified, two of the strongest teams. Some could argue here in the new State Mobile mashup. Yeah. I tried to tell Toffees we should sign up this week, by the way. It seems like, you know, we would have had a good chance. He didn't want to do it, did he? He didn't want to do it. We would have had a good chance, man. We could have went to the land, 200K in prizes. Maybe next season. But
you get him next time, buddy.
I get him next time. Looking at this match, okay, Loganville. We might have two teams contesting each other here for Loganville.
Look at that. And it's going to be Americas and the Panthers. So your first place team in the lobby right now. And what was, I will say, last week, one of the highest fragging squads, and they looked absolutely insane. And it's been a little bit of a slow burn here for Panthers so far here today, but we'll see if they can turn things around here in this fight against Americas, as Khaled will try to dip on out of the low ground. Angry Boy going to go down now. Aaron's down as well. So Panthers turning things around real quickly here, and that's actually bad news bears for Americas. Hopefully they can get at least one out of here. Looks like Falky already going to make the run.
Yeah, not enough drone credits either. Even if one does survive, they're going to have to go on the hunt for those credits to get that green flare. And I did see Legal with that L8, my favorite weapon, at least when we're looking at the 5.56. And they were able to connect. That thing got some solid recoil. And talking about recoil, the M16, a custom M16 Poro. Next time we squad up, listen, I'm going to hook it up, man. I'm going to get that custom kit on the M16. Full auto, and increased recoil. It doesn't move. It's a laser. It's an absolute laser. So I'll hook it up.
Full auto M16 though.
Yes, sir.
I mean that thing has always been a laser. I mean even going back to turning into auto too. That's nuts. I mean I'm still on Team Tommy though. You know, Team Jack, that souped up Tommy just seems
the 6x scope on the Tommy gun. That's all you.
Cousin, like that thing thing though. Like you want to talk about no recoil, like that thing has zero recoil, and it seems like the rate of fire is just so ridiculous. Like I mean, I know the strat is to pick up these M249s and then the LMGs, you get all the bullets in there, but man, the rate of fire on these souped up SMGs, it seems like you got to go with it, doesn't it?
Yeah, it is on another level. And talking about being on another level, you were just kind of talking about the Panthers already with 2 elim points. I see them with a drone scout in the sky, absolutely on the hunt here to try to pinpoint the other 2 players of the Americas. So the Panthers, they knew what time it was. They said it's match number 3. We got to pick up the slack. yeah, we are qualified, but we can't be looking like some chumps out here. And talk about looking like some chumps. Okay, 2 teams at the mall.
Yeah, this has been going on. I know this has been going on since the drop. I was looking over there, and because everybody was right on top of each other. You could see what it looks like on the mini map. That's what it looks like to us. I'm like, that feels like a lot of triangles around in one set, but I couldn't see everybody. But okay, they're finally starting to square up a little bit here. Sharu, see if he can maybe land that nice grenade. We'll go through the window, but there's nobody there. So no bounces coming through. Golden Boy just going to hold the line here. Oh, big damage coming through. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. As he gets picked out and picked down, Golden Boy is out. And it's down to 1 now for Strangers BD. And they're around there. There it is. There we go. Couldn't see because you can't see him on the map. But Volt just hiding behind the cement piles right now, just listening for those footsteps.
Look at that. Oh, gonna be attempting to possibly leave the area, flee the scene here. Only 300 drone credits. Now, around mall, there's a couple vehicle spawns, and of course, in extreme mode, that's increased a little bit, but it doesn't look like they're heading towards one of those main roads. So, very curious to see if they'll be able to successfully evacuate the area here. And, well, La Familia, we were complimenting last match with their beautiful compound push. All 4 players opening up that fight with some solid grenades to get those initial knocks and immediately just piling into the building to just seal it, just seal the deal, what they started. And you talked about that fight was over in a matter of seconds. La Familia now practicing their hot drops here, coming out on top, up against, what was that, Strangers BD, the team with the most damage done yesterday. So that's a strong team to successfully win a hot drop on.
That's a feather in your cap for sure. Now, I mean, La Familia, they look good in compound fighting so far. Now, the open field push a little bit less so, as they got absolutely destroyed by the duo from Panthers. But we'll call that one a write-off. We'll say that probably won't happen again. But here we go, Big Pickle, Bacon Rick, the boys in purple, all by themselves on the north side here in Mesa. This is setting up pretty nice. If they get a good Circle 2 shift, Dave, they could have all of this to themselves on this north side. They know that there's nobody else further north than them, right? So they can just play with everything down to the south.
Yeah, and I think it proves the point that they know, because I saw them tossing a couple grenades at the porta potty. So if you're doing that, practicing your nades, you definitely know there's nobody near you right there. So fortunate for them, they'll be able to loot every single building, get as many drone credits as possible, and call in those drone crates and just get geared out of their minds. Hopefully, maybe even a red flare while they're at it, that level 3 gear and the opportunity to pick up a pretty solid weapon to help them in their cause here tonight, because they are somewhat playing catch up after that last match. And, they're gonna have to do something here this game, as this is like the halfway mark of tonight.
Absolutely. I mean, hey, everybody has a bad game. That's fine. You can rebound, you can rally a little bit. Well, the circle is about to finish collapsing. A lot of action going on in the south and southwest, while the north and the east, where the Big Pickle and STX are, looking completely empty. But here to break down that second circle, chipped Clover, who's benefiting from this?
I mean, let's be honest here. I think the team that's benefiting is the team that always seems to find the circle, and that is your local tennis club down to the south. The thing that's interesting about this is Memento actually landed separate from the rest of his team, scouted that Graveyard was free, and they all collapsed on. So up to the north, Big Pickle backfilling where they initially were. To the north of that, though, guys, that is a lot of open terrain. You have small compounds, but nothing really substantial that you could really play out of in terms of a full squad holding off an attack. So right now you can start to see that scouting happening, La Familia sitting at center. But other than the Graveyard, I mean, that center area, that's kind of the last scraps. You don't really want to prio those positions right now.
A lot of open field, as she said, Dave. And right now you can see that high ground just to the north of Graveyard. There comes the pull-up. Tennis Club better be ready for it. Buff gonna take his first shots over. Ince will hop out of the vehicle. Quatch. Oh no! The shots don't land for Buff, and he's all by himself. The rest of the squad hadn't made it up just yet. Buff was just there to do a little scouting, and will miss out. And Obey will take this high ground. Now what does youth tennis club do? I mean, they're having to fight their way out of graveyard. Look at that. Look at all that terrain they have to cross.
Yeah, they do have a green flare though already in the back pocket. Graveyard has a lot of drone credits, especially scattered around that center statue, and we can see they're sitting at what 2,700 already with the green flare. But yeah, they're gonna have to.
Do you try to send it from here?
No, I think they're gonna have to try to apply a lot of damage to Obey, to force Obey to retreat off of that hilltop, because if they call in a green flare right now, Obey are behind that hill, and they'll easily be able to fire up in the sky and take out that player that might be parachuting in.
And now it's no longer just a two-team party, as Panthers have decided to join the action up here as well. We've seen Panthers like to play this area. Now it looks like Obey here, the vehicles coming. They're starting to try to look over in that direction, but Panthers, I don't think, realize what they're pushing into. And you can see Sad already just pushing right up. He's going to find a whole team waiting for him. Immediately yeets that thing off to the left and pulls away. And fortunately, he's got backup from his teammates that will prevent him from getting taken down. But Khaled will get traded as Ince is knocked, not flushed though.
The Electron, dude, such a tank. I talk about it almost every day here. We saw right there's about 2 different players shooting at that van, at that vehicle, and Sad just casually, no sweat, no fear, making that U-turn. And that was the perfect window of opportunity.
Beautiful timing.
For Buff. Yeah, for Buff to just fly right in right behind, because Obey, they were occupied, right? They were occupied with the van pulling up on top of them. So timing right there was everything for the tennis club.
Look at that. Bari, you can see it just looking up there and just realizing that, oh, okay, a green flare did get fired while all that was going on. Okay, it's a little bit too late now, but beautiful timing from your local tennis club. So now they will get 4 back up and give a little chance for Buff to do a little bit of looting, get some more in pocket, as that care package will land just off to the north of Sad. And the rest of the Panthers here is Legal. Going to call back in that last player right on the edge of circle. I doubt we'll see anybody try to push this.
Oh, yoinked! And that's a green flare too.
Oh, for free. That was Ince. They just straight up stole Obey's care package away from them. You hate to see it.
You hate to see it for the opponent, but when you're the one stealing it, that feels good. That is one of the best feelings right there, especially when you look into it and it's something that is critical, right, to the esports meta here, the green flare. So they were able to call in Khaled for another try here, but they have a green flare in their back pocket. So I think with that in mind, the call was made for Sad to go loot that care package with that P90 across the way. So that allowed Sad to be a little more riskier, I'm going to say here.
Are they going for another one?
Yeah, looks like. Who's calling these? Is this Obey trying to call these in right here?
I think this is. I think it's Obey. Obey, you need to figure it out, buddy. You are in a very bad flight path for drone delivery right now, as all your stuff is getting straight jacked. As there we go, another one will get spotted out by Caveman. I think STX was doing a little assistance there. STX, meanwhile, they got their own one coming. You can hear it off in the background, but Caveman just spotting that thing out, waiting for somebody to come and take a peek as we wait and see where the next circle's deciding to go. This is gonna hard shift north, isn't it?
To get that P90, because we just got confirmation from Statman Luke out here that Stat has done more solo damage than the totals of the 5 teams in the lobby right now. Live stats. So you put a P90 in Stat's hand? Listen, Obey.
Don't do it.
You're
Don't
done.
give him that.
Obey is done.
I mean, Obey is already in a hard stop here. We haven't got a chance to really talk about it, but that hard shifted off, not as far to the north as it could have, but far north enough to where they have to pull off of that high ground. They can't hang out up there anymore. You can see your local tennis club already hopping in vehicles and starting to make that wrap around on that west side. Now, Panthers
should be hearing this go on. I think this is maybe Obey just hanging out on this high ground for as long as they can. I think they may have spotted out this compound just below them and saying like, okay, we can make that rotation if we need to. But STX starting to creep over in that direction too, Dave.
Yeah, pulling up in the V-Ron and the electric bike into this pretty solid guard tower. But this guard tower is right there on the edge, and you were just mentioning Obey was watching that rotate. So all Obey really need to do is pop those tires, and then STX are going to be forced to move out on foot in the next circle. And I think they're realizing that, yeah, they're opting to split it up here just a little bit, maybe search for some more drone credits as they are heading opposite of the zone.
While all this is going on, Dave, Americas has managed to collect enough drone credits, doing slow looting, slow pushing out of the blue. They got all 4 teammates back now, and Golden Boy is going to rejoin Volt here as well for Strangers BD. Now the only problem is Tennis Club has just made that wrap around on the west side, so they would have seen that green flare. They haven't pushed over into there just yet, but I think they've kind of read that situation and realized what's going on here.
Yeah, and I think if this was a team that was already qualified, they would have fully sent it onto that green flare. But since Tennis Club are trying to qualify, they're going for the more passive route. They saw that there was a compound open, so they are going to be deciding to take up the positioning and prioritizing the zones over elim points here.
Yeah, and to be fair, you can gatekeep from that spot too, because if the circle does pull away eventually from that high ground that Strangers BD is on, they have nothing but a wide open hill that they have to run down. So Tennis Club kind of keep an eye on that. Just one eye. You don't have to send everybody. Keep an eye on that. Just one player. Everybody else can be looking off to the east, but have one person looking off to the west, just in case Volt and Golden Boy decide to make that push. Now we see Big Pickle still 4 up. They've got a big wide split going on kind of to the center all the way out to the east, and this could be really good or it could be really bad depending on how they play it. Kneecaps are going to spot out big shots coming through onto Americas as they try to do that long wrap off to the north. Won't get the knock, but will do a pretty nice chunk of damage. But America's nice rotation from them.
Yeah, nice shots too by Kneecaps, because I'm always amazed. They're playing on a mobile device, right? So the tracking right there, all on a mobile device, just blows my mind. But I want to see the Big Pickles. I want to see them group up a little more. I feel like they're holding down too much terrain. And if Kneecaps were to get knocked over there, I believe Doodle Bob is pinned down, right, by La Familia. So two split right now, in my opinion, for a team that is trying to qualify here.
A little greedy for sure. But it looks like they heard you, and they're going to go ahead and get everybody back together. They'll leave Kneecaps off to the north. Oh, no, that shift. Look at that.
Tennis Club, baby.
Local Tennis Club vibing right now. But again, they don't have one. They got to have one person looking off to the west, Dave. One person looking off to the west. Everybody else can look off to the east. Okay, it looks like they are still, they're still creeping over there. But now what do you do here if you're Big Pickle? You can see there's just nothing in that new circle. I mean, Bacon Rick probably got the best spot.
Yeah, best spot. I want to see them group up, rally onto Bacon Rick, use those vehicles that they still have to make a little car fort right there on the edge and gatekeep 3 teams. There's 3 teams right now. They are probably going to be eyeballing this side of the zone to at least rotate through. And it looks like the Doodle Dude, the player in the middle was connected on, and Kneecaps pinned down 2 HP, and this is a result of them playing so split and taking shots at anything that moved. Their positions are compromised here for them.
Oh, okay, Bacon Rick, we see you. Sharu goes down. Make sure you confirm that point, though, Doodle Bob. I think is Kneecaps going to try to go for this res on the Doodle Dude? I mean, he is. Every time Kneecaps takes a peek behind this rock, he gets knocked down to an inch of his life. America's just have him absolutely spotted right now. Doodle Bob hopping in the vehicle is going to send it over to Doodle Dude. Yep, I think Kneecaps is just left on his own. STX, meanwhile, well, there you go. They found a spot right in the dead center to camp out.
Dude, a tomb. That's a one. There's only one entrance to that, by the way. And Tennis Club have 4 players looking at that entrance. Just putting that out there.
Yeah, I mean, if nothing else, you're safer right now, and maybe every other team can help defend you against getting hard crashed and getting grenaded. And would you believe, Dave, that Big Pickle has managed to get Doodle Dude up, and they've managed to retrieve Kneecap. So they're still 4 up, and they're still working their way over. Now America's had to make that push, and they're going to go right into Tennis Club. The big damage coming out. Buff is just taking them all out by himself. Totes finally comes in with the final knock there. I think Memento might have got one as well, but America's just gets absolutely eaten alive here. And now Big Pickle has spotted out what's left of La Familia. Benji is not long for this world.
And look what they did. They grouped up onto Bacon Rick, holding down the edge, the hilltop, and they're doing exactly what we wanted them to do here, Poro. And that was gatekeep the 3 teams that were on the outskirts of that play zone. They were successful in that gatekeeping, 4 limb points, and then the zone now shifting right on top of them. This is a big opportunity for the Big Pickles.
I feel like this was their plan for the longest time, but they just couldn't do it because of America's. America's had Kneecaps completely pinned down to that rock, and then unfortunately Doodle Dude took the knock on the rotation, so it was just kind of salvaging things there for a minute for the Big Pickle, but they managed to do it, and they managed to get away with it. And Bacon Rick gonna land the shots on Memento from way downtown, on the completely other side of the circle, and you could see Big Pickle is just now is the time, boys. Now is the time to open it up and just rain death along everybody in front of you.
Yeah, and if I'm the Tennis Club, I'm not going to be worrying about rotating right now. I'm going to be focusing on guarding, I want to say the STX doorway, but now that I look at it, STX, that little tomb is in the zone, so they don't need to move still.
It's in, and they just get to defend it. Oh no. Okay, so Panthers will go out. You can see them on the south side. I think they just went to blue, so denying those points around. Golden Boy and Volt still in it. Strangers BD, remember at the very beginning we saw them lose the hot drop to La Familia. Volt was the only one to make it out. Now Volt does go down, and Golden Boy's gonna get spotted as well. Doodle Bob picking that one up. 6 kills now for the Big Pickle, and this is huge. This is a lot of points available for Big Pickle if they can spot them. Local Tennis Club trying to make the push across, but they are just getting eaten alive now by STX.
STX, we saw them in that last game utilizing the deployable shields. One of the only teams in here really taking full advantage of them. And look, they had only one doorway to make their way on out of. They used the shield, so now they have a safe pathway to easily evacuate that little tiny metal box.
Okay, now it's down to our final 2 teams. 4v4. STX has you called it the tomb. It might end up being that for them, as it looks like the Big Pickle has come from the flanking position. Beautiful heads up play from Bacon Rick and Doodle Dude to go for that flanking spot while they had the opportunity, and now the grenades are just getting rained down. But fortunately for STX, they have those deployable shields up. Everything's just bouncing off for the time being. Doodle Dude gonna try to land that incendiary right on top. Will do some damage. Coda gonna get spotted out by Doodle Dude from range, and it just feels like a matter of time here. STX, what do they even do?
Hit your shots. Hit your shots as they're going out there in the blue, zigging and zagging, and it's nothing but a fire range right there. Doodle Dude, M249, look at that. Bacon Rick, Kneecaps, DPs, all they had to do was just hold down that shoot button right here, and STX annihilated.
Have mercy, Doodle Dude. I mean, he had the M249 and every shot was landing there at the end. And look at his kill feed. Look at his kill feed. 12 kills going over to the Big Pickle to go along with the win. And I was saying it, Dave. I was saying it from game 1. It looked like they were playing aggressive. It looked like they were doing what they needed to do. Now, game 2 was a wash, but they came back in a big way in game number 3.
They needed that. And you know what helped Doodle Dude? The custom kit on the M249, 150 bullets. All you gotta do is tap it, let it rip, baby. Let it, the bullet hose, as you would put it. With the custom kit, that hose has a lot more bullets to let ride right there. And STX, though, I gotta give it to them, though. one of the only teams that we've seen here so far truly utilizing the deployable shields. I'm going to keep harping on it because I am paying close attention to these pro players and how they use their economy here, those drone credits to show up in the late game. And STX have been doing that every single game here tonight, Poro.
It's sure. I mean, they've been making it work, man. They've been making it work. They get in the late game every single time, but they keep losing those late game fights. I gotta start a little bit concerned there. But that being said, we are going to throw it to break. When we come back, we'll have Toffees and Clover break that last game down for us.
Game 3 is done, and the pickles are the real deal. But it is crunch time for teams like Strangers BD, as they need to make the next 3 games their bread and butter if they are going to pass through to win the chicken dinner. There's no entrance to this deli unless you can get the win.
You're still going. I don't even. I can't. There's no pickle puns that I can bring.
Was
to
it
this.
kosher? That was kosher though, right?
Good jokes. I do like a good kosher pickle. You know, a little sweet and sour.
I literally can hear Poro from the green room yelling, "Stop it, please. Go on with the segment." So who am I to say no to Poro? You know what? So you know what we should do? You know what we should do?
Ooh, what should we do?
Highlights.
Yeah, my favorite.
We gotta preserve the format. You know.
You know what, Toffee's the best part about this highlights is we had not 1 but 2 hot drops to start the day.
That is
Unfortunately,
jarring.
those hot drops didn't quite work in favor for the Americas or for Strangers BD. Strangers is a little bit of a struggle bus right now, and they're outside of the window to qualify. We can't even talk about them this match because they did not survive that hot drop. So that said, you know who did survive, made it to the late game? They didn't win, but they put points yet again, and that is your local tennis club.
Your local tennis club. I like it. They just keep serving up good performances, and I respect that about them. You brought up consistency at the start of the day, and I gotta say, they're doing it. I mean, I believed in them, but maybe not as much as like they've gone beyond what I expected from them, Clover.
Yeah, I mean, this push right here, it was an absolute baller of a play for Americas. They had nowhere to go, right? I mean, when everything is against you, you've just got to send it. That's what they did. I respect that. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work for them. But at the end, beautiful play there by the Big Pickle. They kind of kept Syntax down there in the corner, and that's going to close the gap for them in the overall standings. Look at that, 32-37 now.
I love it. Keep grinding it out, Pickle, mostly because I just love listening to Poro deal with saying doodle dude in high action moments, because that's just fun. America's also doing really well. Your local tennis club continues to grind it out. Though Strangers BD is close, and these guys have been in the hunt for a long time. I mean, literally since day 1 of the first Influencer. I mean, that's got to weigh pretty heavy on you, right, Clover, if you've been hunting this long?
You know, the heartbreak, as you say, week after week. I mean, yeah, we've got Syntax and Panthers. They've had their time previously. They've shined. They've qualified. We see those asterisks. Strangers BD has come so close so many times. And there's also a lot of other teams here. Look, the Pickle, America's local tennis club. They also don't have that asterisk next to their name, and it is a close race between those 4 teams.
Let's take a look at Group A just so we can keep monitoring the race. M249 is back in front as them and VBN are just jockeying for 1 and 2. The interesting development, though, Clover, is that Pure Love has slipped to the left side.
I think we were wondering when this is going to happen. Maybe they were trying some things. Maybe they're using the first few matches as some scrims, practice some rotations. We don't really know, but what we do see right now is that they've just barely jumped in front of what haunts you by 1 point. Buhos Gaming also separated by points. So for 3rd and 4th place, it's going to remain a close race between these 2 teams. Rush for winners, they've got to step up right now. They've only got 10 points total, and they're at the halfway point. That's not a great start.
All right, I'm going to bring in our casters to get into the next point. We got Diamond Farmer Dave here joining us. We got the professor over on the other side. I'm going to go to my experts. You got both sides. You got the professor and the farmer. Okay, let's talk for a second, because Lobby A is being dominated by the asterisk teams, right? Here's the issue. If 4 teams get through, we're going to have to send the highest elim point 6th or 5th place team through, but there's no elim points left in that lobby.
Man, I'm dying. I'm dying looking at the elimination point. Like, everybody outside of the top 2 has single-digit elim points in Group A. Like, that's insane. It's absolutely insane what M249 and VBN are doing over there. Like, what do you even do? It's such a struggle.
What do you do, Dave? What do you do?
Just copy what M249 do, and that is having 1 dedicated sniper. You know, that's it. No one else is doing this.
All right. Well, they've got a dedicated sniper, and we've got 2 dedicated casters. It's time for your vocal stylings as the 2 of us head out. Game number 4 on the way.
There they go. Once again,
he's gone.
He's just out. Kate flapping in the wind and everything. But
I want to mention.
Okay,
I see the map, dude, and I'm
All right.
excited. I am excited
Uh-oh.
because I know week 1 I was talking to Matcho. My favorite drop spot was Trailer Park, but after a little bit of more exploring, Garrison is in the actual drop. And Garrison is one of the most unique locations on all of Troy. It stands out amongst the rest. It is such a unique spot, and it has a lot of good loot, and it has a lot of little lockers all scattered around the place that you could get some pretty nice gear in. So I am hoping that we see at least 1 or 2 teams drop in Garrison here.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing, like, looking at it is, and I guess you got a pretty, actually, for this circle, you got a pretty free rotation path up to the high ground, just off to the southeast of Garrison, which would be pretty nice as well. You could overlook Hilliard. You could even creep up a little bit farther north, maybe overlook Trailer Park. You get some good vision from there. So it looks like America's going to be the one that sends it over there. So we'll keep an eye on them and see what they come out with. But right off the bat, STX. And it looks like Strangers BD and maybe Tennis Club are going to get involved over here on the east side.
Oh, dude, swatting two teams, Obey and the Panthers. So it is something else here. We got some early game action once again here, Poro. This is what I like to see.
We went through the first 2 games. They're like, man, it took too long. Let's get involved early. We don't like to wait around this long anymore. So the Panthers going to be the ones to do it as we come up on Obey. And let's see. I'm trying to look. It has to be the 2 green teams that are fighting, doesn't it? And I'm trying to look and see who I think maybe has a little bit better position here now. Quatch is kind of running here, and look at that. They're actually going to open up on Sad. So they find the knock. Don't get the flush just yet. Or wait, yeah, they did. Okay. Flush comes through, and now Ince has been spotted out, but Quad's still running.
Yeah, Obey need this a lot more than the Panthers.
Oh, yeah.
You know, the Panthers already qualified. Obey about 20 points behind the Tennis Club in 4th place. So Obey needs this fight, and Quanch, like you said, not opting to get involved with the team. Instead, kind of playing that insurance policy role, looking for drone credits. That right there, that shows me that they don't got that confidence. So they don't got the confidence to take an early game team fight. And if you don't have the confidence now, you are not going to have the confidence up against M249 for tomorrow night. I'm just putting that out there.
It ain't getting any better as far as lobbies are concerned, man. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of, you hate seeing Quatch just, I mean, dipping out before the first shots even came through. I mean, like they got the opening knock too. They got the opening knock, Dave, and he was already out of contention. Wasn't even in a position to maybe get involved. All right, well, let's see what happens over here. STX Tennis Club. They're gonna find out Jay White, as it looks like Cave Manitoba way off to the north. Jedi though still just on the edge of your mini map. You can see, and Jedi is that's a nasty player, man. From range, from close up, doesn't matter. Jedi is something special. But we'll see if Jay White in a straight 2v2. Looks like Totes and Memento may be starting to head back over in this direction. So the longer that these guys can drag this out, the more likely they are to have backup. Jay White, though, going to take the first damage here. Gets knocked down just below half HP.
Yeah, and this is when having 4 IGLs practically on the Tennis Club really play a factor that I'm looking forward to seeing here, because the duo out there in the north, very slow reaction times compared to STX immediately on the approach here, Poro.
Yeah. I mean, look, hey, it's 2 very distinct different styles. There's immediately on the drive up, they're gonna find that opening knocking out. Buff is gonna get spotted as well, and just like that, your local tennis club gets swarmed on by STX. And you said it. I mean, it's just a little bit slow on the response from Totes and Memento.
And a little tip right there, you saw where Buff got taken out, that little tarp. You could shoot through that. So that was not cover either, where Jedi is. You could, bullets go through that tarp. So I don't know if Buff knew that, but looks like Buff was using it for cover. Yeah, that is not cover. So throwing it out there.
Well, there you go. STX has done 17.7% of the lobby damage so far here tonight. It was actually kind of surprises me, Dave, because I was telling you a little bit in the green room.
Yeah.
All respect to the success that STX has been having with the way that they've been playing. Personally, from my heart,
yeah,
man, I don't like the way they play.
Why? They're winning though. How don't you like a team?
Man, they are.
I'll let you explain it.
So this is like what I'd like to see is a hybrid of what they're doing now and maybe a little bit more aggression, because what they're doing now, they're getting to the late game by basically just turtling up, putting all those barriers down, staying alive, keeping 4 up. But then when it comes down to the end, they're just getting swamped on, right? They're getting surrounded from all sides by the teams that have been a little bit more proactive. So what I would like to see is a little bit of a hybrid from STX. Instead of just staying turtled up, start kind of flexing out a little bit from that position, do area control, right? Gain a control over that area around you instead of just that small little area and allowing all these teams to kind of get that full surround on you instead. So it's just it's the next step, the next logical step in that play style that STX likes to go with.
And at least in my opinion, as we do see the strangers just zooming right by, out of those they might be taking your advice here. Out of those 2 play styles, I think it's a lot harder to do the play style that they're currently implementing, and that's surviving consistently every single game, right? I think it's a lot easier to practice your aim. I think it's a lot easier to practice your gun skill, but it's a lot more challenging to practice surviving here in this lobby. And as I say that, they're going to be driving right past the duo on the pull-up. It looks like they were able to call one of their teammates back, but Jedi popping out with the M249, the fire hose, like you like to say, and the Tennis Club, done.
Just like that.
Done.
Accuracy through volume, baby. M249. You don't need to be able to hit every shot. Just hit most of the shots, and then you'll finally get that kill. But yeah, Tennis Club now out. That's going to open things up a lot, as they were hanging out in 4th place. Obviously, top 4 going to be moving on to that grand finals. We're halfway through the day, Dave, and now Tennis Club is out, and there's a lot of teams that are trying to play catch up for that 4th spot right now. That now see Tennis Club out. They got that goal within reach. They're looking hungry.
And then after that push, STX, solid spot right there.
That was what I wanted to see from STX. I want to see that aggression, realizing when you have that you have the advantage in a fight. And that one, they didn't even know. They just crashed in and tried to take. Oh, well, there you go, Quatch. Dunzo. And that's a nice little come up for La Familia right there. Obey is out again. 1 elim, only 7 points for Obey. It's been a struggle bus.
Yeah, and you talked about those throwaway games. I think they threw away too many games here. With only 2 more to go, it's going to be tough. Now, I'm even a little bit stressed for the Tennis Club, right, after getting taken out early here with 0 points. So the Tennis Club, 2 more games to go. They need to make sure not to play so separated. And they recognize that, looking at them and talking to Toads from yesterday, that early game hot drops and early game fights just isn't their thing, right? Their team needs to be able to get gear. They need to get a solid position, and then they could come together and make a plan. And that right there, which has happened, they were super separated. A lot of their players were in the danger zone, I'm going to call, up close with another squad who just have better fighting skills early game. So they know for a fact what their, I guess, kryptonite is. So with 2 more games to go, if I'm the Tennis Club, they need to avoid that at all costs here. They need to pull off. If they see other parachutes, go the other way. It's not even a what if. It's just what you have to do.
All right, see long range shots coming down from STX and Strangers BD. Damage done on Koba right now. This is definitely a different play style that we're seeing out of STX this game than we've seen so far today, and I really like it. And again, you know, they're finding success with what they're doing. I just want to know that when it comes time to be aggressive, to try to take those fights, that they have enough reps in, that they can feel comfortable trying to engage in these fights. And it looks like that's what they're trying to do here in the second half of the day. Get a little bit more reps in on the team fighting so that they have all their bases covered. And I really like what they're doing with their vehicles right here. Make sure you put them on the other side of the rock, protect those tires for late game, because they know they got a good spot right now, but eventually you may have to move.
Yeah, it's still kind of analyzing, I guess, STX here. It just might be a simple thing like their play styles switch up depending on their position on the leaderboard, right? The first couple of matches, they were grinding. They were making sure they had a nice little cushion up here to qualify for tomorrow. Now, this game, they're feeling a little more comfortable. So we're seeing them kind of turn up that aggression knob like you like to see here, Poro, just a little bit more.
Yeah. And, one thing worth noting is that... oh, that was right on the head, wasn't it? Venom. Yeah, don't peek that angle again, because that was a nice little shot there from Venom. But one thing worth noting is we've seen a lot of action early game here, Dave, but so far our top 2 through 4 teams haven't gotten involved in anything. You got Big Pickle, America's, Strangers BD haven't really gotten too involved in much of anything going on so far here as outside of this right now. I mean, long range shooting, but I mean, these are the teams that this is kind of what's a little bit sketchy here for Tennis Club. The fact that they're out now and all the teams that are above them just kind of get to climb a little bit more. Now, the one thing they do have going for them, though, is that Lobby A. That thing we were talking about with M249 and Violent by Design just eating up all the points. So, you know, even if things don't necessarily go their way, they have that to fall back on, but they can't be thinking about that right now.
Gobblers. And I'm just going to point out every single care package we've seen P90, I did not do that. It is random.
You sure?
You know, it is random.
I know you
the
got that
care
buzz.
packages. But that's going to be looking like a tasty snack from La Familia. And to touch on the Big Pickle, last game, Doodle Bob, 3 E-limbs. Oh, I'm munching on it, all right? I like pickles. So last game, Doodle Bob, 3 E-limbs, 662 damage. Last game, Doodle Dude, 6 E-limbs, 635 damage. Bacon Rick, 2 E-limbs, 541 damage. And then Kneecaps with that off angle, 1 E-limb with 300 damage. Point being,
damage, man.
last game was definitely that turnaround match for them. And I talk about it a lot here, momentum. Last game was that momentum shift on the squad here. So I'm looking forward to see what the Pickles can do here in this match.
Absolutely. I mean, they were able to avoid the early game conflict that they ran into game number 2. Now, this time around with that hard shift off to the southwest, going to be a little bit more difficult. They can make their way through Trailer Park, but you see they're already kind of on the move, kind of had that 2-2 split, scouted out a little bit. Doodle Dude and Kneecaps maybe have an idea of where they want to try to play from, but look at, oh my God, FAU-G. Hadn't seen a whole lot of deeps coming from him so far, but man, when he opens up, it is significant damage coming out from FAU-G.
Yeah, this is going to be the Americas, that team that did opt to drop Garrison and get that nice loot and those drone creds. So they're going to be pulling in from the north on those hilltops that you were talking about. That was a pretty nice rotate. And we saw right there, the hilltops offer a great vantage point over your enemies, as the Panthers didn't even have a clue before that, and they lost one because of that.
Yeah, I mean, this is tale as old as time, isn't it? When you get up on those high ground kind of spots like that, you could be right up on somebody before you even know, just because the sight lines aren't there. And if you're driving up there in vehicles being loud and making noise, there's going to be somebody on top of you before you even have a chance to respond. So we'll see how Americas decides to hold on to that spot now that they're getting pushed by Strangers BD. They do have a 3-1 split going on. Singularity keeping an eye on STX off to the north. But here you go, Malcone is going to spot out Big Pickle trying to wrap in from that south side, play that low ground. They get a little bit close, but won't take a knock just yet. So it looks like, are they pulling up on this, Dave? They were driving around and now they're starting to hop out of their vehicles. Look like Big Pickle might want this.
Yeah, it looks like they were pulling up. They got shot. They made a little bit of a U-turn.
No.
Oh, that's Doodle Bob right there.
Oh, that feels so bad.
It looks like they were setting up to get into a long-range battle, but they just couldn't find the cover to safely evacuate their vehicles without getting shot right there. So I do like that they tried to be proactive, though. I do appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, you can see what the plan was. They thought they wanted to take the fight. They're being aggressive. They know that they need the points, and to try to climb and separate themselves from the rest of the lobby. But that time it was just a little bit short. Now, looks like Panthers will get one back, so they'll be back up to 4 strong. I imagine Pickles probably have a green flare of their own. I mean, they've been all by themselves looting and haven't gotten really involved at all, so they should be able to have a flare here. But where do you call it in from that you feel is safe? It looks like this is going to be the spot.
Yeah, it looks like the blue zone is going to be coming in very slow right here. And talking about rotating slow up there in the north, STX going to be pulling right downhill onto the Americas.
That boy cracking with a mutant?
Yeah, I wonder if he's got the custom kit too. Just like the M16 with the custom kit, you can make that thing full auto. And it is. It is.
And it is doing work for him right now. He's sending them shots through the smoke, won't find any damage. So it looks like STX was able to pull a vehicle or a rock or something to get in the way of the line of sight there of Singularity. Big shots coming in return, though. Got to be careful how long you want to keep peeking that. Now, Singularity's been holding this entire STX team essentially off by himself. The rest of Americas have come and joined up. So we'll see what STX decided to do. It looks like they're just going to hop in the vehicles and try to re-wrap away from this. Yeah, this is probably the right call if you're America's. I'm sorry, STX right here.
Ooh, I want to see though. America is trying to capitalize on these elim points though. I know we see them in the top 3, but only one elim point from up here at the top.
I don't blame them from pulling away from that one with America's having that high ground like that. Oh God, yeah, and they get that shift too. Okay, but you're absolutely right. They need to start getting some of these elim points to go along with it. Now STX going to run right into Stranger's BD, immediately lose 1, but America's starting to creep over here. You can see on that mini map they have that high ground. They can get involved here at any time. Koba with a beautiful grenade will find Venom before he's able to flush out the knock.
And that's all it takes. Nice little grenade to really turn the tides here. And this is when I want to see the Americas third party this. Yoink these elim points that are on the board right now, right in front of you. They have the advantage. There it is.
There they go.
About time.
There they go. They find 2 right off the bat. Now Golden Boy, the last one up for Strangers BD. Venom is still bleeding out, has not been flushed just yet, but that's great news for STX because that puts them, they were with their backs up against the wall essentially, but now they got Big Pickle. Look at the wrap from Pickles. They're coming all the way to the north side here. In the vehicles driving through, you can see it in the sights of Golden Boy. Shots going on all around, but Golden Boy is able to survive for the time being. Kneecaps gets picked out again. Unfortunate there for Pickle.
Yeah, it's almost like every single game we see them when they're not favored. The Big Pickles, they love the Northeast. That's their bread and butter when it comes to rotations, but it hasn't really been working out for them. And then they're going to be rotating right in between the Americas, who have been doing nothing but just claiming the tops themselves. But talk about claiming the Panthers with the pull-up double AKM up close and personal. Malcone able to get that hit fired in.
Oh, Malcone doing work right now, but La Familia not out just yet. They still got 3 up. Shiru down to next to no HP. Benji will try to turn it around. It will do so as Panthers have now been left to just Sad. As Sad will sadly drive away from the rest of his squad, but where's he gonna go? He's got to push right up into the top hills where the Americas have that big split going on. He might be able to get away with it though, Dave, as Americas are completely focused on everything that's pushing in. This is kind of the problem for Americas now. You can see they've got 2 focused on Big Pickles, 2 focused on STX. It might be too much.
Ooh, Singularity though. The Auto Mutant still gonna be laying down some heavy fire on the dude. Can we take out Bob with the SLR?
2
Almost
HP.
taking out Singularity. 2 HP, Poro.
Singularity making that mutant sing in his hands right now. Big Pickle now down to Bacon Rick. But STX, meanwhile, starting to fight with the other duo from America's Faki and Aaron are holding the high ground. But Aaron's going to get spotted out. Good push from Caveman comes through, but Faki wins the fight, 10 HP, and will be able to get the res on his fallen teammate. But you can see Angry has been taken out as well. So it's just Singularity in the 1v1 on this north side. He's cleaning up what he can see from the big pickle while Bacon Rick goes for the red and he sticks it.
Ooh, going to be tossing that grenade a little to the left here. Like you said, Rick, dude, both up.
At the rock.
And they have a decent idea on where Singularity is too. So this is essentially a 2v1.
Let's see if Singularity's got a little something left in that mutant. He's been making magic happen so far. It looks like he's going to be able to pull back away from this before Doodle Bob and Bacon Rick can spot him. They're going for that long, slow wrap, though. Haven't spotted him out just yet. Singularity going to get in the vehicle and dip on out. This is actually huge from Singularity. We'll be able to survive. And now Aaron and Faki have come over to rejoin their solo teammate. And Angry Boy's coming back in from the drop. So maybe able to spot somebody out there. You can see Singularity has been spotted by Bacon Rick, though. Big shots coming through. Not going to get the knock.
Yeah. Bacon Rick with the wide wraparound, and oh, La Familia just rolling up in a vehicle.
Oh no!
Adding even more chaos to the mix over here, and Rick hitting the dirt immediately.
That might have been the only thing that saved him too. La Familia just came in and cleaned up Doodle Dude and Singularity, so both of them down. 4 up still for La Familia, but Angry Boy starting to slowly drop down in that chute, feeding over information over to Faki and Aaron. Can Angry actually... No shot Angry actually lands on the ground here, is it?
Looks like all these players are definitely concentrating on the players in front of them compared to in the sky, so there's a high chance. Yeah, they did.
He actually gets it. Okay.
They get it.
All right, well, let's see what we can do with Angry Boy going forward as now Strangers BD 3 up. They've been slowly, quietly working their way in from that southeastern side. 2 kills for them, 3 up still, as they might be, this might be huge for Strangers BD. They could third party this, as La Familia are going to take the fight over to Americas. No knocks coming through just yet. Faki, though, will find Padrino. We'll get the knock, we'll get the flush. And now it's just down to 2 for La Familia.
I really do like how the Strangers are utilizing this time to quietly try to sneak up right behind Americas, who have been holding down this terrain since the beginning of this match, Boro.
They have no
nice
idea.
Grenade. That could be a good grenade. Yeah, like you said, no idea. Popping up from behind. Here comes Strangers for the backstab.
And it's been effective so far, Aaron. The last one up. Going to try to get the res onto Angry Boy, but look at Volt. Volt going towards the other side. Is going to try to take the fight with La Familia. Venom in a 1v1 here. Has to flew out in the blue. He's going to flush the point. Make sure he gets it. Now Aaron has arrived to try to provide some support. We'll get the knock on. And now it is, I believe, is it 2v2? No, a 2v1. La Familia keep 2 up. And Aaron, the solo from Americas, keeping hope alive. Volt, the last player up for Strangers BD. And it's weird terrain to play around here. A lot of spaces to hide, but it looks like Aaron will get spotted out. La Familia will clean that up, and now it's just down to Volt.
1v2. Volt with the P90, though. They don't know. They don't know.
It's filthy. He's kidding.
Volt hears it.
Flush out the down.
The way. Yeah.
Yeah. Volt can just play it quiet right now. That P90 is absolutely going to shred.
Oh, the blue, though, not favoring.
Oh, pulls down below, and Shiru will get the flush, and that will do it. La Familia with a huge 12-kill win puts them right back in the conversation. Things just got a lot more interesting, Dave.
Yeah. That it did. Those 12 elim points definitely helping them out here with that chicken dinner. That's going to be 10 points. And I like how they decided to even send one of their players, because they had the numbers advantage, into the blue just a little bit. Process of elimination. You didn't see any snakes in the grass, so you had to know they were right there beneath that boulder. Immediately looking right in that position too with that pre-fire as they jumped down. Beautiful cleanup for them. But shout out to the Americas, though. They were holding down that terrain for a solid amount of time during that match and defending it quite well. Singularity, I like how they got in the vehicle, wrapped all the way back around to group up with their teammates. And that really caught the Big Pickles off guard, in my opinion.
Oh, it did. I mean, it was really well played by Americas the whole way through, and it would have all gone according to plan had it not been for those dang La Familia kids with the full send, the YOLO send right to the dead center of the circle uphill, and they get away with it. They came in at the perfect time and just threw a wrench into everything that that those guys were fighting for on the top. So crazy stuff. What a performance from La Familia.
Yeah, and ladies and gentlemen, we got a couple more matches to go. The leaderboard is now heating up. We're going to send through a quick break. When we come back, Clover and Toffees.
It was La Familia's match, but it is anybody's game. After the end of that one, the numbers are so close with 5 spots to advance. Literally anything could happen. I mean, we saw players throwing caution to the wind, sacrificing their bodies, absorbing bullets like a target dummy to get one more elim.
Yeah, and that very case, and we'll see it here in a second. When we get to go to our favorite thing, Toffees, what is it? What is our favorite thing?
What is it? It's always exciting because it's a highlight.
There we go. But I mean, I'll retouch that topic here in a moment because I want to point out the very end play with La Familia there, Sharu in the blue, as you said, literally sacrificing their bodies for that final kill. STX, though, I mean, they have pretty much run away with this lobby. I say that, but they haven't. You did point out a good, factor. It's anybody's game to win. America's, the Big Pickle, La Familia, Strangers, BD, they all popped off this game. And now, Toffees, they've gotten the lobby even closer. That is scary going into the penultimate game because every single match you can see here, these are those teams without asterisks in their names in the running, trying to, if they can, knock out Syntax, but make sure that they also keep the Panthers from moving forward.
Yeah, I think the Panthers are going to be kind of a big spoiler here, maybe. And when we get to the scoreboard, we'll talk more about that because it's been an interesting day and will continue to be. As you see the Panthers trying to make a move here, it was so close to working out.
You try it, and again, amazing recovery for La Familia for this. I think we even kind of joked a little bit. Sad had to be feeling pretty sad at a failed drive-by from that play, but La Familia ultimately did keep themselves up to the late game after this fight with Venom and the rest of the Americas popped off. La Familia right there at the end. Sharu, we'll see it here in a second, jumped off a rock down into the blue to find that last angle there and getting the chicken dinner. I mean, you've got to bring out those clutch plays if you want the victories. This lobby is so competitive, and we can see just how close that is. Every team just a handful of points away from the next.
So just as a reminder for everyone at home, Clover, I know 5 teams are advancing or getting tickets to the grand final tomorrow or theoretically today. How are those 5 teams decided again?
You know what? It is going to be the teams that do not have an asterisk next to their name between both lobbies. We've got the top 4 moving forward from A, the top 4 moving forward from Group B, and then tomorrow everything plays out. Now, if we have spots in the grand finals that haven't been accounted for, we're then going to go to the eliminations. And I hate to say it, no offense to Group A, Group B's on fire right now in terms of elims. Even when we look at the 5th place team right now, that's Strangers BD, they've got 34 elims.
So keep this in mind, guys. We showed the board. Syntax doing a great job. America's there on the chase. Both those teams pretty happy, I'm sure, with where they are right now. Pickle, Familia, Strangers, Tennis Club even, very, very close. Obey, well, I don't need to listen to them, or they can't tell me what to do. Let's take a look at A, though, because I want to keep something in mind here. The top 4 teams from each advance. If Pure Love stays in 4th place, that means that 4 teams with asterisks get to the final. That means one of those spots that's available today is going to be given to the highest placed team from either of the 2 lobbies, okay? So what haunts you has 10 elim points, but they're in 5th. So if it ended right now, they would be up for advanced against the other 5th place team. However, the Panthers have been hanging around in that 5th to 7th place position. If the Panthers were to say end in 5th, the 6th place team in Lobby B, who I think is sitting at 20 to 30 elims already, would not get to go. It would be what haunts you because they're in 5th in this lobby. So it is going to be very important to track what our teams who have asterisks are doing because they can definitely play spoiler, but also keeping an idea on the fact that literally anybody can do it right now. I mean, elim points, 14 for Strangers BD right now, but you see like La Familia 22, Big Pickle 20. These guys need to stay on the left side. The only way to guarantee that you go right now, Clover, is staying on the left side of your leaderboard.
Absolutely. And I mean, look, you pointed out Panthers with the asterisk. Syntax, they're pretty much locked in the top 4. Even if they have a bad match, there's 2 games left. I just feel like the way they've been playing today, that likelihood, it's very small. But I mean, as we saw there's a lot of elims, a lot of placement points to be had by a lot of those teams on the right-hand side. And so depending on how we end at the end of match 6, it's going to be close for sure.
It's going to be very close. Let's bring in two people that we've gotten very close to throughout the course of the last week or two or three. It is Diamond Dave and Professor Porosaurus here as they break down the action. Great job today, guys, so far. Dave, when you rolled out, I wouldn't want to say you rolled out, when you rolled out of bed at 4 a.m. to go feed the chickens and get the corn ready to grow and run that John Deere, did you expect to see such a race? Did you expect to see such a confusing pass to the grand final?
No, not at all. That's why I love the new State Mobile Mashup. You never know what to expect. And I just want to say something real quick. M249, 49 elim points in their lobby. No, 45 elim points in their lobby. Syntex, our first place team in this lobby that we're covering, 45 points in first place. M249 have more elim points or even to the first place team in our lobby. I'm going to let that settle. M249, best team, new state. I don't know. I didn't say it.
You didn't say it. You may have implied it. Well, the two of us are going to imply our departure. I'm going to turn it over to you and Poro because this is the penultimate game. Let's do it, baby.
Let's do it. I'm ready. I'll say it. M249 probably the best team right now. I mean, and the scary thing is, Dave, they keep getting stronger. Like the last 2 days of M249 have been probably some of the best days that we've seen of M249. And the lobbies are getting tougher. Like people are getting more experience to start figuring things out a little bit. What do we even expect from M249 in the next couple of days?
You know what? We stopped watching their lobbies just because, it's just M249 taking out everybody, right? It's like at one point, what are we watching? Just an M249 stream. So that's why we're watching this lobby here, shaking it up a little bit as these teams are on the hunt to qualify to tomorrow's games as they broke it down on the desk beautifully. But Poro, the tennis club, they got taken out very early on last game. Now we don't see them up at the top. So the tennis club, a lot of pressure with 2 more maps to go.
It sure is. I mean, it sure is. And, all it takes is one game. And we've seen that. I mean, we saw that from La Familia, that last game, that big win, enough to jack them up into 4th place overall. So, I would not be surprised at all to see Tennis Club in these last 2 games maybe put something together. I wouldn't be surprised to see Panthers do it either. Panthers right by them. So if Panthers does it, that's going to create even more confusion as far as our who's going to go to the grand finals is concerned. But we're
going to rely on you though for the answers.
Please don't rely on me for absolutely nothing. I will turn you right over to Clover.
Oh, on the Nova. Okay, I got this skin too. So since the recent patch, Voltas were the meta, right? But now I've been, avoiding the Volta because the handling is it's a little more challenging. But in my studies here with the Nova, I feel like it's actually one of the better vehicles in the match or in the game right now because that front end of the Nova is at a triangle angle that you could actually pull up on people because it is fast too. And you can kind of wedge your nose of the vehicle underneath your opponents, like if they have one of the trucks, and it just spins them out. And then you pop out, bam, get it done right there with a quick little drive-by. I don't know if you're following what I'm laying down here, but...
Oh, I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Okay.
Tricks and tips with Dave, man. Get in there.
Look, if you want to get diamond, drive around in a Nova and just try to pit maneuver everybody. It's just as easy as that. That's
if we're gonna beat Dave's best, this is what you got to do. You got to get in there and you got to start getting involved in some vehicular warfare. Which I'll be honest, as far as metas are concerned and how these things were going to develop, I'm actually surprised that we don't see the vehicles come into play a little bit more with given the armor and the way that the doors work and everything. I would have thought we would see a little bit more of that, but hasn't really developed that way.
Yeah, not only that, there's 5 seconds before they blow up too, and if it blows up, you don't get eliminated, you get knocked out. So there's a lot of benefits, right, to add to your point, to utilize these vehicles. And hey, maybe if a team is going to the grand finals, watching the VODs right now, listen to us, get the whole team with some electrons, the bus, the tank out here.
There you go.
Just go ham. Nothing's stopping you.
You were talking earlier about how nobody wanted to go to exhibit hall. Maybe Strangers BD going to try to channel a little bit of their inner M249 here as they loot up M249's spot. They do have Panthers right off to their north. The Panthers haven't really started creeping over that direction, although SAD getting a little bit close down there. We'll keep an eye on that. All that going on outside of Circle, though, so I don't really anticipate that they'll get involved, or at least too involved. I mean, if they can find somebody for free, they'll take it, but I don't think we'll see anything too long and drawn out. But definitely keep an eyes on. Well,
Testing the aim. Testing the aim.
Yeah, you got to shoot out the windows, man. Windows is the #1 stat that you gotta keep track of. How many windows broken?
How many windows? Yeah, have you? Yeah.
So it's a very telling statistic, Dave.
So if Big Luke from backstage can let us know, by the way, how many windows has broken this game? Greatly appreciate it.
Right now, all we know is that Doodle Dude has traveled 0.15259335853 nautical miles. There you go.
There you go.
Or 0.285 kilometers. Doodle Dude is getting around on this map right now. The most distance traveled out of anybody in the lobby so far. Super glad that we get that in nautical miles too, by the way.
Yeah. You put Doodle Dude and Doodle Bob together, they just, nothing's stopping them. You know, the whole road trip and traveling thing, it's one of their favorite things to do here. And actually, second place, most traveled player here.
There you go.
Okay.
Man, Singularity, the almost solo holding on to that north side last game for Americas.
It was sweet.
That's something I'm gonna remember. I'm gonna remember from this team, from this day of play going into the grand finals, the way he did that and the way Americas just kind of held up that whole thing. There you go, FAU-G on Americas as well. So Americas get around.
Getting around. And you know what? If Singularity had a P90, they would have probably won the game. You know, so there's always next time, Poro.
We're going back to the P90 again.
They could have remembered a chicken dinner, but, you know, they didn't loot that one care package. So it is what it is.
Man. It had to be that way, didn't it? All right. Not sure what Venom's doing. Got left behind by the rest of the gang. Strangers BD already.
Hey, you forgot me. Looking for a vehicle now.
We left you a vehicle. You do that thing. I've done that before where you're like, no, there's a vehicle down there, I swear.
Yeah,
I know damn well there's not a vehicle over there, but I'm telling them, it's over there. You know, you don't see it? Why don't you see it?
And that's one good thing about the hall too, is that most of the time, at least when I try to practice there's two vehicles, right? There's two vehicles, so there's always that guarantee. So yeah, Venom was able to find that one vehicle. And getting back into this game a little bit here, we got some water in play to that east side, and I think that's really going to play in the Americas' favor because we do see them at the Bay Area, and practically everybody else is on the west side right now. So this could be another big game for the Americas. And you know what? I'm really curious. Clover's been doing a great job here tonight, so
sure.
I'm curious, like, what kind of insights we might be.
Hey, let's wait for the circle to pop. We don't want to get her in too early. I mean, come on.
The earlier the better.
She's gonna give us too much information if we get her in too.
I can try to Nostradamus this, but I'm with Poro on this, right? Let's wait. Let's see if the circle pops. Dave commented on the water. We'll see if we hold on to it.
Ooh,
it's actually going to center itself up. And guys, I'm going to throw it right back to you because where this fight is happening is going to be the big focus, I feel like, for the rest of the match. Between this and Bay Area, those are the two priority compounds. We can see, at least for right now, it looks like Strangers BD did win this out for right now, kind of besting La Familia out of this position.
She got a good point, but La Familia, for their part, I mean, they got 2-2 split in the dead center, but their north side is already getting crashed by Panthers here. STX, meanwhile, going to pick up a kill there on the Golden Boy. So Strangers BD will lose one. But as we saw, I mean, everybody was kind of slow playing it. They looted up over there in the exhibit hall, so they should have plenty of stuff here. But they're not even gonna get a chance to shoot off that green flare. Look at Panthers. Panthers starting to creep down over here already. Sad.
Pull it up.
Getting real close. Panthers, are they committing to the pull up here? I'm not sure. They're kind of half in, half out. It's like they don't really know what to do. Sad's starting to creep a little close. Maybe just trying to figure out where everybody is. They're gonna learn real quick that they've got company on all sides here, Dave.
Yeah, and one, oh man, sad. Yeah, pretty much
You can
stuck
still get
right
out.
there.
You
One
can still
good
get
thing
out.
that I do like about these flower fields is it is easy to kind of play that solo role here because we are playing FPP. That those fields do cover a lot if you are prone here. So we'll see if STAT has to do that because STAT is just zinging and zagging, serpentining. That vehicle is starting to smoke, and looks like eventually STAT was spotted out there.
Yeah, I don't know if the Serpentine played out in his favor that time around. Unfortunately, it might have been better just to send it into your team full stop. But gotta say, man, everybody's in circle. La Familia got that 2-2 split. Everybody kind of centered up here as well. So it's almost like as long as this circle continues to kind of keep centering up the way it did on C2. But most of these teams aren't going to have to move really, Dave, and they can kind of just play from where they're at. It's just going to be trading shots from range. As they get they got that drone coming in now. I'm curious to see if they can actually get SAD back. This is going to be a really tough flare to be able to pull off with all these teams surrounding them.
They can't go nowhere. Both entrances are just the sight lines are exposed, right? And to your point, how so many teams are centered. I really do like the tennis club, how they are one of the only teams on the outskirts, right? So I feel like they have a lot more flexibility, and if the zones don't center up, they're one of the teams that will have the easiest rotational paths.
Yeah, I mean, looking at them, honestly, like if it hard shifts south, obviously they're in a great spot. Even if it hard shifts north, though, the entire north side completely free and clear, and they would have a very easy rotation. Whereas all of these teams that are kind of centered up in the middle here, with the exception of maybe STX, who's on the edge, how are they gonna get in vehicles and try to wrap around? I mean, Panthers is in trouble already, but all the other teams are not that much better off.
Panthers are just there, they're there, trying not to overexpose themselves and lose any armor or helmets or have to dip into that meta reserve, right? So the Panthers, they committed to this circle,
sure did.
Right between 3 different teams. So everybody just kind of waiting to see where this next one goes. We're seeing some pot shots getting rung out back and forth, just trying to whittle down your enemy. But STX, we complimented them multiple times here tonight for really showcasing their economy, knowledge, and use of items from the drone credit store here.
Oh yeah,
looks like Jedi doing a little exploring over here, right inside the compounds of Strangers BD.
Oh, he's sneaky. Look how sneaky he is with it. Oh,
Venom saw it. Venom saw it. Oh.
This man's a pilot. Look at him. Sign him up. You got an iRacing team? Get in there.
So this is big because if the zone does kind of center up and shift a little to the north, STX know for a fact that building only has 1 player.
Absolutely.
So that's knowledge. We talk about knowledge and information. That drone scout, that intel was huge.
Uh-oh. La Familia. Why are they crashing this, Dave? Why are they crashing this? The circle hadn't even shifted yet, and they're full sending into Panthers. They're down 2 already, and Panthers is just cleaning it up right now. Benji goes down as well. It's just down to Padrino. And why? Padrino was the only one that didn't send it.
And La Familia,
they had
the Panthers pinned down. Yeah, they had them pinned down. Any little movement that the Panthers did, they were immediately shot at from La Familia. So, yeah. Hopefully, they left all their credits on their solo that did pull back and is still alive to at least try to get a green flare. But look at this, the Panthers
not gonna push
they didn't like that. They didn't appreciate that push, and now they're trying to get revenge here.
Jose Padrino can get 1.
The double!
2. Oh, Padrino! He's trying to make up for it here for La Familia. It's now 1v1. Is Padrino going to drop down? Malcone will win it, but just barely. 2 HP left on Malcone.
So close. So close. But it still goes back to the fact that La Familia did not need to do that. That building that they were holding down still in play.
Still in the zone.
They're out now. Look at you. Tennis Club is still 4 up. They've got the south side. It's completely free. Obviously, with La Familia, can't know that, but you're in 4th place. You know that there's teams that are chasing you. That just seems like
that's a
you know,
thrill.
I'm okay for aggressive plays, right? I'm okay for trying to go out in plays where you know you have the advantage, but that one just that never seemed like it was going to work.
Not when you're in 4th either. And that right there, all those teams trying to get that 4th place on the overall leaderboard, if they recognize, okay, that's La Familia, they're out. That's the team that we're trying to overtake here. Now they're in the position to have a big game. And I'm looking at the Tennis Club right now. I'm looking at them. They need to.
They gotta be keeping an eye on that kill feed and know what's up. I mean, at this point, I mean they're kind of in last essentially.
Yeah.
They've got. I mean, their path forward is pretty clear. You gotta win. You gotta get kills. That's the only thing you have to do. That's the only thing you have to keep in mind. Singularity will go down after getting. I think STX traded there. The drone again. STX drone work, man. Yeah. They still look at you. She's watching this go down. Like, all right, let's get the res on. They immediately turn it back. I feel like that's a caveman drone, doesn't it? I want to say after seeing his interview, I feel like caveman's probably the drone man.
If you're in a compound just chilling and you got the credits, why not? You know, why not? Because what I've seen from the drone from STX, they are able to use that item to pinpoint the locations of 2 separate opponents right there.
Yeah.
They know exactly where they are. They just mark it on the map and they know exactly what is occupied.
You know, yes, that is true.
Big brain. That's all it is. Big brain.
I will say that trying to drone out, I mean, unless the idea, I guess, okay, so they were prepping that if the circle did hard shift away, and they were in a position where they needed to crash SBD. Yeah, that was the play. Scouting out the team up on the hillside, you know,
it's annoying. It's being annoying too.
Exactly,
right?
But they're on the edge of the circle. I almost feel like, you know, could they not scout out maybe the west side of the circle to see if there was something, or the south side to see where their next wrap or rotation could go? Is you know, you know, the different.
Well, they got another one, Poro. They got another one. So this is their third. I see on the map their 3rd scout drone right now. So they are just having the best game here when it comes to
scouting it out again. They're going the same direction though.
Oh, so it's Jedi. It's Jedi.
It's Jedi. Okay. Scout. All right. Like again, like. How many drones do you need to send over to the same exact area to know what's going on? I mean,
safety first.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Now it makes a lot more sense though, because now if they want to rotate on that hill and have the hilltop overlooking the compound in both the Americas, they know it's clear.
Well, why are they going to do that? It's on the edge of circle. The new circle does pop, and it is going to go off to the left.
Man, they want that fight. They're already qualified to the grand finals.
Okay, all right. I'll take your word for it. I still feel like maybe scouting off to the west would have been a little bit more beneficial for late game. But you know what? Now they know that there's two teams that are about to square up there. So maybe if nothing else, they can exactly. They can keep eyes on that, and the drone's been shot down now, but they can keep ears now listening. So if that does start to pop off, which it has to eventually, right? Like Americas has to try to make their way into the circle at some point. So maybe STX can try to go over there in third party. We'll see. Meanwhile, Pickle, they got the entire western side of this circle for free.
Pickle. Doodle Dude, kneecaps, little 2-2 split. Looks like Bacon, Rick, and Doodle Bob are going to need to push in just a little bit. This cover, not in play. Doodle Dude, though, get a nice little crate. Hey, where'd he go? I can't even see where he went. Got that ghillie suit, disappeared.
All right. Here we go, the fight coming through. We knew it was going to happen eventually. America's trying to push across the street. They lay down a good smoke wall, start things off. Angry Boy going to find something. Volt will trade back as Venom and Volt now the last two up for Strangers BD. They had to expect the push in at some point. Meanwhile, while all this is going on, STX not getting involved or third party. They're in fact just going to go in, find a spot on the hill. Venom got to find the nice shots from the outside, but he's the last one up here, 37 HP. I think this is a 1v1 now between Angry Boy and Venom, and Angry Boy will get the win. And now it is left towards him to try to secure America's a little bit more placement.
Venom coming in clutch with the Vector right there too, and I wouldn't be surprised if STX were just watching that with the drone. No, I'm joking. they were being pushed from the Panthers. The Panthers at the same time were pushing. Yeah, it looks like Peter Bohr in the ghillie suit is going to be behind the boulder, and here comes your local tennis club looking to get involved here. They need this.
They need points. They need points in a big, bad way. Peter Boy gonna hide behind as much as he can. He work around the smoke. He's gonna find a knock. Can he find two? Peter Boy, not like this. Tennis club. This was supposed to be an easy point. Memento gonna try to find it again with the grenade, but that's Sales by Caveman actually gonna be the one to find him. Memento maybe can sneak up over here and steal the point away if nothing else, but STX, this is just free. They can come clean up these last two kills, get some more points for themselves. Memento, the last player up now for Tennis Club. Everything fell apart so fast, Dave.
Yeah, not good at all right there. And Memento, they were prepping a grenade. They were cooking a grenade, so they didn't need to pull up like that up against that Garoza up close and personal. And look who's taking advantage of this right now. The Big Pickles closing in the south.
Oh, it's huge for Big Pickle. If they can get some more points, you can see the separation right now already up on La Familia and Strangers BD. By 7 points, they can grow that lead here. They can manage to sneak out a victory, but Memento not going out just yet. We'll find one and secure that point in the bag for Tennis Club. Totes is still alive, managed to get the res. Good work from Memento. Solo play huge. Bakoba gonna spot him out through the grass. We'll mow that lawn right in front of his face. Totes the last one up, and Jedi will spot him out as the Jedi again. With a beautiful flank angle. They're gonna try to go for this drone. Flare. Let's go. Actually, no, I'm sorry, drone, green flare.
So I don't think they're counting on the fact that their teammate will safely land, but their teammate will be able to scout out from above and pinpoint exactly where the Big Pickles might be. So that intel could definitely help STX right now.
Doodle Bob with the prayer nade finds the knock on to Koba. Jedi waiting for the eventual push here, but it's just not coming as they are just holding the line here. Big Pickle, the spot out Jay White in the air. That's looking pretty free, and it indeed will be. Doodle Dude will be the one that gets the last bullet in. Angry Boy has gone down to zone, so FAU-G now the last one up for Americas as Big Pickle just cleans the top of the hill. See what else they can find. Koba gets rezzed, so Jedi and Koba still together, still working the edge here. STX, for all the drones they sent, managed to at least secure themselves at minimum a second place now as FAU-G has been spotted out. Let's see if they can actually pull off the victory, get that first place spot.
Oh, the MG3, man, letting it rip. Doodle Dude right there to open up that knock, and from the opposite end, looks like the Big Pickles piling up that hill. The Big Pickles, winner, chicken dinner. 4-0.
Clean from the Big Pickles. Now everything worked out in their favor, playing from that north side, but the rotations were immaculate. The endgame fighting clean as they managed to secure themselves another victory here and another nice stack of points, enough to put them in second place. I think we can be confident in saying that we will see the Big Pickle in the grand final.
Yeah, and I like what they did there. The Big Pickles, I kind of got some M249 fan club vibes right there, because when I went back, watched some VODs, M249, when they have 4 up late game and the zone shifts, they always prioritize sending at least one of their players into that circle to hold it down. And that's exactly what the Big Pickles did right there. They sent one player, hold down the zone, and then the other 3 just wrapped around the edge, just clean house right there, clean house. So they had every single factor that could help them with this chicken dinner. They had that checked up, checked off the list right there. So congrats to the Big Pickles, man.
It was really nice stuff from them. I mean, man, your heart breaks a little bit for Tennis Club. They had a beautiful setup. They had the south side of the circle. They tried to make that rotation in, and then just the solo player just destroys them. And I mean, you can't really plan around that. I mean, it was just a fantastic individual play coming out from Panthers. But one game left. What do you do if you're your local tennis club? I mean, you got to send it. You got to try to get points from the very, very jump. I wouldn't be surprised if we see them hot drop somebody, Dave.
Yeah, I don't think placement points, a chicken dinner at this point will help, right? Qualifying. They need a chicken dinner and a lot of elims to go with it. That one game that they had 0 points really set them back here, Poro. And I hope it didn't punch them in that confidence, because they are a team that has proven themselves here in this lobby. So just, forget about that one game. It wasn't the best, and just come into this last match, play it like you know how to play it, and hope for the best here.
Nothing left to lose at this point. Just put it out on the table and don't leave home with anything left, as we have one more break before we send it to Game 6. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
Welcome back. With one game left to play, it is still anybody's game in this lobby. We've got crazy news and teams paying dues as we go through into the last match, and it is going to be chaotic. I got Clover here to help us get through it all. We have so much to talk about, so I'm not going to do the jelly beating, the kibitz, the chitty chat. I'm just going to yell my favorite word.
Ooh, what is it? I love this word. I love that you even like pulled away from the mic so we could properly get a yell at. I mean, my voice is cracking. I don't think I could hit any type of volume right now. And I mean, talking about volume, Toffees, I want to talk about the way that we have seen teams absolutely pop off today. This leaderboard has been constantly shuffling. Teams will have an amazing match, turn around the next game, and they fall apart. Teams like La Familia had a win. Now we're struggling. Teams like Americas had a win. Then they went out early and struggled. You've been seeing that from a lot of teams. The only real consistent fragger today has been Syntax. We saw them once up again in the late game, still finding points. They're locked in first place. But it is everybody else right now that is trying to drive in home to get going forward, to next week. But you talked about tiebreakers. We'll break that down in a second because it is going to be complicated, and I'm going to do my best. I'm going to do my best for you, Thomas.
Anything less than your best, it's a felony, or so I am told. Let's get into the actual standings. Group B, this is where we are right now. We're going to take a quick look at this, then we'll go to A, then we'll come back to here because something very interesting has happened. So real quick, Syntax, good job. The Big Pickle, looking great. Americas, you're fine. La Familia and everyone else about to get crazy. And here's why. Group A, which we're about to show you, is done. They have played their last game. These guys are so fast. If we had followed them, I could have gone home early. Like, that's how crazy M249 is about wiping out teams. 88 points. We won't even talk about that, Clover, because that's ridiculous. But this is the final standings. 3 teams with asterisks have made it through, which means Buhos is qualified. Good job, lads. You're going through to the grand final for sure. Let's go back to Group B, though, because with 3 asterisk teams here, what does that mean when we look at this group?
Oh, all right. Syntax asterisk, again, locked in, 60 points. La Familia, who's in 438. So that leap for Strangers and the rest of the teams to just completely push out Syntax, it's not going to happen. Not in this very final match. But Panthers is just outside of the cusp, 5 points away from La Familia. This is where it gets a little tricky. Because we've got 2 lobbies, and we've got so many teams that are already qualified. Coming into today, we had 5 qualified, 3 already on the other, 1 here so far. So that's 4. If Panthers can qualify, if Panthers can get themselves into the top 4 at the end of this match, then the 5th place team from both groups will also get sent to the grand finals, just because we have so many qualified teams going into tomorrow's finals. But if the Panthers do not, then we have a tiebreaker between both lobbies, where the best performing 5th place team from Group A and Group B will move forward to the grand finals.
So, what I understand is that we know who is going essentially to the grand finals. We're going to know tonight who the 16 teams in the grand final for $200,000 is. That's kind of cool. But we don't know is like a ton of stuff going into this game. So I think what I want to make sure we understand is the tiebreaker rules, right? That for sure we got to go back over. So break that down for me one more time in case it is that close for 5th place.
Absolutely. I hate that my face is on here, right? Because you guys get to see my focus face, because this is a lot, right? Total eliminations in the rounds. We love kills. We love eliminations. That's what we're going to look at right now when we're looking at 5th place. Before we go into this match, Strangers PD just outside of there, sitting on 16 eliminations. So even going into this match, if Strangers can't get to the top 4, they really want to grow that number as high as they can. And we're going to compare that with the 5th place team in Group A. If not, and it's a tie there, then we're going to look at the highest points in a single match. All points overall in a single match. If that ties, we're going to go to highest eliminations in a single match. And then we've got 2 more tiebreakers if both of our 5th place teams in each lobby is still together. And there you go. Highest eliminations in the most recent match, and then highest placement points in the most recent match. So at the end of the day, we will find out that last seed or seeds to the grand finals, but it's all going to come down to not only what our 5th place is going to look like in our lobby, but what the Panthers do in this last match.
All right, let's bring in the casters. I'm going to try to simplify this for those of us at home who are watching this game right now. We got Mustache Dave, we got Porosaurus. There's a lot, right? We know that Panthers, if they get to the left side, both 5th place teams go through. here's the reality. Whoever ends this game in 5th place, if it's not the Panthers, gets a bid to the grand final, right? Right?
Yeah.
Right? Because they will have more points than the 5th place team from the other side. So fight for 5th place. Now, if the Panthers get to 4th, both 5th place teams go, and that's it, right? So that's it. Watch the Panthers, and watch the 5 other teams who are competing for 5th place. That's simple, right? That's anybody's game. Well, except Obey, they're screwed. Dave, any thoughts?
Watch the game. Okay,
There you
I'm
go.
ready. I'm prepared, Toffees. I
Let's
think
get it.
we could do it.
All right,
I trust in
Clover,
it.
which teams are we watching specifically that have a chance to make that 5th?
Ooh, all right. Strangers
All of them?
BD, still
Okay.
really close. Panthers, obviously they're in 6 right now. The potential to
Okay.
pop off this last game's huge. My eyes are on those 2 teams.
All right, we'll keep an eye on them. We're going to turn it over to the Golden Voices, who have the enviable task of tracking the chaos as this game gets underway. Good luck, gentlemen, and Godspeed.
Godspeed's here.
Godspeed's here. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, he's the
You
one
hiding?
keeping track of the points.
Oh, we
He's the
got Godspeed
deciding
doing
factor.
math. Okay,
That's what's
that's
happening.
who it is. I knew.
Makes a
so-
lot of sense.
And that, well, it makes sense that everything's all screwed up now, doesn't it? I mean, look. I'll tell you what. I'll let them figure out who's going where at the end of this thing, Dave. But for now, we're just gonna figure out who's gonna be the top 4, right?
Yeah.
Who's going on to tomorrow? Now, everybody else, other than that, if Panthers does anything, then it's gonna throw everything all wacky. But other than that, I want to see who's gonna be top 4. I want to see if Tennis Club can try to make a run, man, because they're still in it. They're still in it.
And I sent a fax and an email. I tried to convince them to let M249 play in this last match too, and they denied
Did you?
me, Poro. I
Oh,
wanted,
man.
yeah. Hey, I said, hey, they already finished their games. All right, we might as well
They
throw
got
them in
nothing
here
else to
and
do,
see
man.
what happens. And they're like, no, Dave, no, not
Yeah.
tonight, Dave, not tonight. So
I mean, that's probably good for the rest of these teams. Wait,
Probably.
What's going on in the northwest?
it looks
1,
like
2,
2
3,
teams.
4. That's
Maybe
3 teams.
3. Yeah, definitely dropping on each other.
We got 7 teams in the lobby because Obey was so out of it that they were never going to be into it ever again, so they decided to dip on out. But the other
They're already in the DMs of Nochi from last night, trying to pick them up for next season.
Trying
So,
to-
which is probably a good call, actually.
I mean, that's a good
because
sign right there. They're
Yeah.
going to get one.
Pick up Nochi first, you're guaranteed to be somewhat successful. But the Hall open, Anchorville open, Trailer Park open, which is very surprising to me, considering you pointed out there's 3 teams all just out there on the edge of the West for some reason here.
Yeah, and then you got Anchorville dead center, which could make things real interesting if the circle decides to just keep donutting. If we have, can you imagine, man, if this thing came down to an
To
urban,
4 points.
an urban setting, and then 4 points, obviously,
Yeah.
because Obey just removed 4 potential points from the lobby by leaving. Oh man, there's so many.
There's a
just
lot.
keep your eyes on that leaderboard on the right, guys, because everything is going to be explained over there. But well, not everything, because there's a million things going on. I don't even know what to tell you. Just keep an eye on what's going on. Hang out for some cool new state. That's basically.
There you go.
And then if you want to know who's going to the grand final, stay tuned afterwards, because we'll get it all sorted then.
So what were you saying about the urban combat? I heard you're trying to
man.
make the zone end there. I saw
No.
you in the back messing with the settings here. Where is it going then? Just let us know now. The players are on delay, so you can tell me and they won't know, Poro. So where?
It's just between you and me, right? Look at
Yes,
that.
and everybody watching. So
Peter Boy getting
where?
that window count up. Unfortunately,
That
we've
window
been told that we can't. They don't have that available. That stat available for us yet. That is the key word. But man, if this thing ends in Angerville, because you remember, we saw, everything's starting to blend together a little bit. But we saw an urban finish. Was it game 1 yesterday?
Yeah, it was nice too.
Well, but
was
the
fun.
thing is, it's so much fun to watch, but it's so hard to get a good predict of who's going to finish where, because it's really just dependent on
like how much smoke you have, what building you're in, and where the circle decides to go. It comes down to so much of that stuff that you really can't have too much influence on. So
Yeah.
I'm hoping it doesn't come down to that. I'm hoping, but Anchorville is dead center.
Yeah, it really, at the end of the day, it really relies on who can survive the longest, right? To get that chicken dinner.
It almost doesn't even matter because, I mean, remember Tennis Club survived super long. They had a great spot, and then they just got absolutely destroyed
Demolished.
by Peter Boy. I mean, it's just insane.
So looking at the zones here, like you mentioned, Anchorville wide open. If I was gonna say if I'm Tennis Club, I might be looking for that, but we kind of touched on it at the end of last game that Tennis Club, they need more than just a lot of zones in their favor. They need more than a simple chicken dinner. And I'm saying it's a simple chicken dinner because you only get 10 points, right? And we see the leaderboard right there. They need more than 10 points. So it's not like they could just go center, turtle up, and survive. They need to get gear quickly, maybe even call on a red flare quickly, get that P90 quickly, and then after they get that P90, go on the hunt, right? The Tennis Club need to go on the hunt. They need to get an opening knock and immediately just send it and then rinse and repeat. At least, what, 2 times on 2 different teams? Bare minimum here.
It's tough to say, though, because, like, I mean, they're only 6 points out of 4th. And if you're in 4th, you're good. 5th, it starts to get a little dicey. You start depending on what Panther does. But if you can get that 4th place spot, you're golden. And it's so.
The thing is, the other teams are alive, though, right?
Yeah,
like while you're trying to hunt down that 4th place spot. So there's a lot of things out of your hands compared to if you see a team taking the team fight and winning that team fight. That's already 4 points that you'll be able to secure yourself.
Oh, it's tough.
It's tricky. It's tricky.
It's real sweaty out there right now, and you honestly, you got to keep a very close. Hopefully these guys have somebody on the team that's their job to keep an eye on that kill feed, right? To keep an eye on and kind of figure out where everybody else is sitting. A lot of times that's the IGL's job. But or maybe it's just better just to say, you know what, let's just go out, let's shake it all off. Let's play our game. Let's go out there, try to get to the late game, try to get kills. That might be the better play, honestly, just to relieve some of that pressure. I don't know. I don't know what the right call is in this situation, Dave. I really don't.
It is. I mean, and we know one of the calls is getting that P90, but
I mean, that's always the call.
That's always the call. I'm looking at the Tennis Club. They currently have a squad, Syntax.
Mm-hmm.
Not too far. Not too far. Now they can't see them because this nice slope, this nice hill is going to be pretty much blocking the sightlines from Syntax. But that was close. A little too close for comfort.
I think they spotted. Okay, yeah, they started getting shot at. Syntax likes to play those high ground spots right there. Syntax definitely a wild card in this lobby. I mean, they're already they've got first right now. I mean,
at the McLaren.
Big Pickle probably could catch them. I mean, Americas could catch them, but like obviously that's a great fight for cash and fight for first. But other than that, it's we're keeping closer eye on that 4th and 5th spot right now. Look at this Stranger BD trying to push in. They're trying to make moves early as they got that knock on a STX on the Caveman, and they want to take the fight over to them. They're taking their destiny into their own hands, and I respect it. And they'll find a little bit of damage, but now Volt will go down. The rest of the team, are they coming? What are they doing? They're driving around. They're driving around right into La Familia.
Oh no! What a clown fiesta out here.
Oh no!
Seriously, as Strangers BD kind of setting 2 of their teammates to take the fight, and like you said, I like how you put it, taking destiny into their own hands. But then the duo in the back line not getting the memo, I guess.
Yeah,
we do see Caveman knocked out, so there was a window of opportunity, right, for them to make a play.
Yeah, it feels like Volt saw his chance and decided to go on a solo play to try to push him. Meanwhile, Tennis Club trying to pull around here. They hear all this gunfighting going on, and now they're driving through I mean, you can see the mini map. They're all over the place. They're figuring out where teams are. You can't take that risk that you're going to lose somebody, though. I mean, you can bring them back, sure, but you know, you prefer to just keep everybody up and not have to deal with all that nonsense early game here. But looks like they'll be okay. La Familia back on the move once again. So many teams getting good spots and then moving again before the circles even pop, Dave.
And what's even wilder here is that the Panthers, a already qualified team, they are wrapping around the east side of the zone. So they might get the one up on the tennis club, actually. So there's a lot of what ifs here, but I do want to point out that compared to the other matches, there's a ton of early game rotates here, Boro, and a lot of second guessing too. A lot of teams are just second guessing their original decision to rotate, like you said, out of their compound that they were previously holding down.
Yeah, you can see the pressure really on right now. And there you go, Panthers start to creep a little bit closer. You can see Tennis Club has put everybody into one compound. They're just going to do tower defense. And look at this, Peter Boy is going to roll right up on him. The shots come through. No damage being done to Peter Boy just yet. He's been able to survive this for now, but he's actually being a distraction. And Malcone going to send some shots back down in towards the compound. Won't find anything. Looks like, oh, actually, look at Malcone. Going to land the big shots on a Silver. Silver outside. He gets flushed. Oh, that's bad. Now that's gonna.
Oh no!
Panthers gonna push in off that knock and flush. Peter Boy gets knocked down about 24 HP. He gets knocked. Good stuff coming out from Tennis Club as they defend their turf. Sad though has landed on the other side. Has grenade in hand, trying to decide if he wants to send it. The big push coming in from Panthers right now. They've fully committed onto this fight. Tennis Club has to hold the line right now. Buff gonna be the first person in line. Has that M16 looking, not seeing anything right now. Just avoid the throwables. That's all you can do.
Full auto too. Full auto M16. Malcone right on the outskirts of the building. Legal, huge grenade right there. Wonder if Buff is gonna decide to pop out the garage, wrap around, and get these thirst. Sad's going for the pickup.
Oh, Malcone just holding that hard angle right now while the res is coming through onto Legal. They'll use Tennis Club though. They're gonna start throwing some incendiaries in there. Buff goes through, doesn't spot out Malcone, will get one, almost gets Memento, but Memento able to escape. Sad has rezzed Malcone. They're back up to 3 strong. Malcone totes with the flank, will find Malcone, keeps Tennis Club in this, and now it's down to Legal and Sad. Legal very low, will find Totes though, and now it's down to 1 for Tennis Club. I believe it's just Memento. Yep, Memento you see already knocked very, very low, and Tennis Club sees their dreams of making the grand final slowly going up in smoke.
Trying to heal up right here, and Sad with the green flare, probably going to call that one up as Buff going to get thirsted.
Come on, Memento.
That's the Scar. 40 bullets in the clip. Going to go for that pre-fire. There's one. There's Sad.
Huge individual play coming out from Memento. Can he secure it? Can he keep the dreams alive for your local tennis club? Keeps playing inside, outside, inside, outside. Legal listening for those footsteps. Will close the door. Memento will open it back again. Just keep him guessing. Don't go for that res. Legal hard peeking the angle. Will find big damage onto Memento, but doesn't get the knock just yet. Now he's hunting. He knows Memento going to try to pre-fire the angle. Pre-fires again, and Legal will get it. And that is it for your local tennis club.
Going out, the blaze of glory right there, trying to defend that compound against the Panthers. And gotta shout out the tennis club though. Yesterday they had 2 games, they hot dropped, it didn't work out. They immediately recognized, okay, we just can't keep doing this. They changed it up, and then their remainder of the night, solid performances. They even got a chicken dinner with a ton of kills, and they qualified here tonight. They are a team that's only been playing together for a couple weeks here, right? And for them to make it this far is an accomplishment in its own right here, Poro. And I hope that's not the end of your local tennis club, because I really did appreciate watching them play here in the new STATE Mobile Mashup.
Fantastic performance for those boys, but now the pressure on a new team, and it's going to be Strangers BD. They are 1 point holding on to that 5th place spot. We said if Panthers moves up into 5th, it creates chaos throughout both. Whoa, Doodle Bob, watch out. It creates chaos in these lobbies, and now Panthers have decided to wait until this final game to wake up. They've got 4 kills. They've got 4 members of their team back up, and now it's up to Strangers BD to hold off the push, and they've lost 1 already. They're playing with 3. Actually, playing as a 2 and a 1 because Golden Boy still split way off.
Yeah.
They have found a spot inside the circle. You're going to have to try to defend it, but right now, La Familia, you're going to have to deal with a push from the Big Pickle. The Big Pickle stepping up in a big way here so far today, Dave.
Oh. So La Familia, if they get taken out right here, that could open it up, right, for the Strangers. Yeah. So the Big Pickles, they got a lot of power right now in their hand. La Familia will be losing 1 right there. As that solo was across the road. A nice little trade. The Big Pickles, we can see them. They're already up there at the top. Yeah, that's what I wanted to see. Get that knock, full send. Doodle Dude gonna be opening this up with the grenade. We see Bacon Rick with another shot with that mutant. And here comes Doodle Dude stomping up the stairs with the Vector spray down. Dude!
What a push.
The Big Pickles.
The Big Pickles decimate La Familia, and they are out. And they now have to watch this lobby play out. And look at that, they've already dropped all the way down to 6th. TP now in the top 4.
That's gonna shake this leaderboard up, spice it up even more. The Big Pickles had so much power right there. I don't even know if they realized it, Poro. But what a beautiful push from the Big Pickles. Great play right there from them.
Wild things happening in Game 6 of the new state mashup. And now we check back in with SBD. They've lost a player. They're now down to 2, and they're completely separated. It's revenge. You can see hanging out, hiding behind a rock in the smallest ditch. STX losing so many players, down to just Jay White, who's cruising over towards Golden Boy. We'll find a shack to play around for now. Looks like he should be safe here, but now Revenge gonna try to reposition. Legal has spotted him out though. Panthers waiting till the last game to really wake up here, and they have now collected 8 kills for themselves.
Wow, yeah, the last game, the Panthers finally showing up here. Turning up the dial here a little bit as the duo from Strangers BD on the run. Sad, UMP taking out Jay White. Taking out Jay White right there. The Panthers just hunting down everybody right now. Living up to their name.
Making it to the top 4, and look at that. They now have a lead on to SBD. And SBD, they've managed to get their 2 players back together, so it's not over for them just yet, but you can see Sad looking off in that direction. They know exactly where these 2 members for Strangers BD are hiding. And look at how much Panthers has spread out, stretched out, trying to take over position here. America's still trying to come in from that western side. Looks like Big Pickle will start coming in as well from the east. We're down to our top 4 teams, but all eyes have to be on Strangers BD.
Yeah, the duo, right? The duo, and they haven't really had an opportunity to hunt down for drone credits. They've just been on the run since they lost that duo very early on, Poro.
Look at the drone credits on the Big Pickle. Almost 6K in the bag right now.
Saving up.
They are. We'll see what they decide to do with them. Yes, they will have to get that res here. And now Sad just pushing out. Panthers just don't care. They have come into this game and said, you know what? We've been trying some different stuff. We've been playing around, but we just want to remind everybody that we're still dominant. And we can still turn the switch and just destroy everybody in the lobby if given the opportunity. And that is exactly what they are doing here in the final game.
Yeah, I could definitely say with confidence that a lot of these teams in the lobby underestimating the Panthers just because they've been sleeping all night long. Golden Boy. Oh, did Golden Boy pop out too soon?
He popped out too soon.
Popping out too soon of the Volta right there after the pressure from the Americas. Just too heavy to handle.
just a little too much. But that being said, I think Strangers BD might still be qualified for the grand finals with that 5th place position. We'll have to wait until the very end to see. Let's see how this one plays out, though. We've got some big hitters left here to fight for this final victory, Dave. Big Pickle down to 2. America's playing with 3. Panthers 4 strong, and they are looking so dangerous. It's I don't know why. My money.
I'm going with the Pickles.
Panthers. You going?
I'm going with the Pickles.
Let's do it. Bacon Rick has the fully auto mutant in hand. We'll lay some damage down, but won't get the knock. Singularity. Meanwhile, we'll get the knock on a Peter Boy, and now Sad has gone down. Panthers losing players left and right here. Legal and Malcone, the last 2 up.
Let's go, Big Pickles. Showing up. 60 limbs so far. Looks like they did use some of those drone credits. We got the custom vector, extended barrel, longer range, better accuracy. Legal trying to pop out some smokes, possibly trying to close the gap to pick up Sad over there. Next zone does go up, so Peter Boy in the zone. Gonna be bleeding on out. Doodle Dude, SLR, 8-time scope. Getting some nice shots out there, applying that pressure on the duo from the Panthers.
Oh, he sure is. Big Pickle have Legal and Malcone hiding behind a rock right now, but they've got to move eventually. Ambitious Grenade will fall just a little short, but that's going to do some big deeps to the vehicles there. Malcone will spot out Doodle Dude, lands the last bullet before having to stop to reload. Doodle Dude reposition, but I don't know if they know about Bacon Rick. Bacon Rick, they haven't spotted him out. He's coming in for the sick flank here. Doodle Dude just distracting them right now. Malcone's gonna go down to Bacon Rick, and Legal is now the last one up. Legal has spotted out Bacon Rick. Will take the shots. Doesn't matter. Bacon Rick with the mutant.
The Big Pickles, Poro. You can't doubt the Big Pickles, man. Especially when they're popping off like this. Now, will they get the chicken here in the final match of tonight? I'm going to say yes.
They've already taken
I'm
first
sticking
place.
with them. I'm sticking with them.
Stick with them, Dave. I and they appreciate your loyalty, but they've got a hard job ahead of them because they've got to run through this wide open field, and America's just has the high ground. It might be too much as Doodle Dude has gone down. Bacon Rick's still in it, but look at this. America's going to send 2 in the vehicle. They want to take the fight to Bacon Rick, and he's ready for it. Well, Molotov himself, he's going to go down in a blaze of glory. Viking Funeral will take out Bacon Rick. America's will get the win, but the leaderboard, Dave, the leaderboard shifted so much. I don't even know. I don't even know what to say.
Somebody order extra crispy bacon, is what Rick just said there. Extra crispy, served to order for the Americas to get the final chicken right there. And that was strategic, right? They might not have been aware on how many points were necessary for other squads to qualify here, right? So denying that point was the play. It was the play. Smart play.
Absolutely. Yeah, for sure. I mean, and look, hey, everything was so close. And the fact that the Panthers popped off the way they did, I mean, they got to be, America's got to be seeing that in the kill feed.
Yeah.
And all the teams really got to be seeing that in the kill feed, Big Pickle included. And they don't know. They have no idea what to expect. I have no idea what to expect, Dave. We need to bring in some support for this. Can we get in some support?
I'm bringing them in.
Yeah,
Here they are.
I don't know how to climb down, but I'm
Hey,
here.
we're back.
Hey.
And I welcome. Hi, Dave. Hi, Poro. I want you guys to know that I brought support.
Oh,
Hey,
my
there goes
brain
support.
hurt. Can you guys just see like the brain, the smoke coming out of my face
We got
right
a
now?
TI-86
Spirit
just sitting
fingers.
next to
Spirit
you.
fingers for the
Yeah.
support, Poro. For the
Yeah.
support,
Oh, there
Poro.
we go.
Sp-
We give them to
Hey.
All right. So that was fun. The Panthers, who really were kind of like the game makers, the king makers, if you will, in this game, stepped up and they had a pretty chaotic start. That first fight was a big one. I think, Clover, you were watching that specifically because of the power of the Panthers. They crushed some dreams pretty early on.
They did. I mean, I think we even commented on it. We knew Panthers have already qualified. And what we've seen a little bit this weekend is that teams that have already qualified for the grand finals were using these games as opportunities to learn the lobbies, learn their strengths and weaknesses. And I kind of thought, all right, Panthers haven't really shown us what we know. they're capable of, this last game they're going to pop off. They did push your local tennis club. That is a team that typically pushes, right? Anybody who pushes those compounds, they win. Your local tennis club allowed Panthers to stay 3 strong. They recovered in that compound and ultimately lost out on that fight. And Panthers just kept using the rest of the game as opportunities to score, to frag out, and to climb up the leaderboard, as we did see getting there in the top 4. So they're going to go forward to tomorrow. But that doesn't necessarily spell the end of things for Strangers.
Yeah, so we're going to have a whole bunch of fun maths, and we're going to wait till the maths are done with the admin side before I start doing maths here. I do want to touch on that first fight, because that was a big moment for the tennis club. Everybody was close in sort of points going into it. Poro, I was impressed. That final fight between the last member of Panthers and the last member of Tennis Club was like 3D chess. That was awesome to watch.
I mean, it came down to a 1v1 in the end. That's all you can really ask for if you're a local tennis club. But, man, Panthers, they came in with a game plan, didn't they? I mean, they wanted to push about everything just to try to make that late day run for the finals of this week, at least. We know they're already qualified for the grand final, but it just had to be your local tennis club that they ran into first, didn't it? I mean, it looked like your local tennis club was going to start off things pretty nicely, but then they gave up the knock, and the immediate push from Panthers was huge. Like that decision making made all the difference there.
Also, though, Dave, I am proud of the tennis folks for putting a fight up early and being willing to sort of hit the gas and know we've got to get this wipe, and then we've got to get another one if we're going to advance. Is that hard for teams to develop the boldness to take those risks?
I think so. And for the tennis club in particular, we kind of touched on it here multiple times tonight, that they don't have one dedicated IGL. So there's 4 players pretty much trying to make up a call on what is correct and what is the best play to make. And when you're up against the clock, you need these elim points to qualify. That is, in my opinion, an even bigger challenge because you don't have just one voice in your head that you're listening to and you're executing that play, right? So shout out to them for making it this far here, Toffees.
Absolutely. All right, I am hearing
the choice.
They made right.
They got crashed. They didn't make the choice to go. Did they take that fight? They
could have. No, they could have bounced though. Like there were definitely opportunities to GTFO.
Where would they go?
All right. Well, I'll tell you what. That side can stay over there, while this side stays over here. I'm just saying, my side has Diamond Dave. So let's take a look at the leaderboards, because I hear they're ready. So this is the group that we watched. The Big Pickle, Syntax, Americas, the Panthers, and Strangers BD. They all have asterisks. We'll go over that in a second. But the Panthers move all the way up to number 4. Kudos to them. Strangers BD also gets an advance because they got 42 freaking points in 5th place, and we have to give out some extra spots. But the teams on the right, or the left, I'm sorry, are playing tomorrow for the cash. That's a big deal because it's not just about the grand final. There's also $3,000 on the line tomorrow for the teams who are on the left side of the board. Let's go to our second group. This is A. See who made it from there. M249, Violent by Nature, and Pure Love were pre-qualified. They will continue to go through. Buhos is the newcomer. They will go to their first grand final, that if I believe I am correct on that, tomorrow to play for the $3,000, as well as the big grand final to play for $200K. The Machine Gun Nest gets through. Interestingly enough, Clover, only with 31 points.
Yeah, I mean, Panthers really dictated whether we were going to have one from each lobby or one from one lobby coming through. So Panthers helping out Machine Gun, because as far as they're aware, they finished today not qualifying, and it's a little nice bonus for them. But, I mean, that said, 31 points, 12 elimination points. They've got to make sure they bring that heat in the grand finals, because this is going to be a scary group of teams.
Poro, before we leave this, I do want to give some shout outs, and I think you're equipped to do it. 5, 6, 7, like that is like those guys missed a $200,000 potential payday by a very little amount.
Yeah. I mean, you hate to see it, really, but look, man, I hope Machine Gun Nest has they're in trouble, dude. they're in a lot of trouble. Hopefully what sucks for them is that since they finished in 5th, they don't even get to play tomorrow. So that's another day of high tier scrim time that they're going to miss out on. So hopefully they got something that they can try to put together, try to get some reps in. But I'm really interested in what we saw today from our Group B. I think there's a couple of teams in there that might be able to give M249 a little bit of a run here. Not necessarily a run, but give them a challenge, more so than we've been seeing them get.
Absolutely. All right, just for everyone at home, as a reminder, Mustache Dave, I want you to remind us of the teams that will be attending the grand final, because we have finally established all of them. Walk me through these real quick.
Yes, sir. M249, one of the best teams so far that we've seen here in New State Mobile Mashup. We got the Panthers, definitely coming in clutch that last game. Burning Silence, Pure Love, Instincts, Syntax, Toffee's favorite team, 7 Nations Army, and then Violent by Nature.
But that's not all. There's a second page, Clover. Walk me through this one.
Ooh, all right, now I'm keeping it. You know what? Winsanity and team from Noah, both of them with teams of their own coming in for the grand finals. Buhos, who we just talked about, placing in the top 4 this weekend over there in Group A. Our Big Pickle, the Big Pickle, America's Strangers BD. We've been watching them all throughout the night, and of course, Machine Gun Nest, who we just talked about, claim in. But I mean, Toffee's something looks a little off there on that page.
Something is, Poro, you probably noticed. I think we all noticed that there's a team missing.
I'm not good at math.
I'm not good at math, but I can at least see patterns, and something's not right. But I'm being told by the production there's a reason for that, and they're going to show us. So, okay, Jay, roll that beautiful bean footage. Let's see what you got.
Hey guys, what's up? My name is Surfin' Boy. I've officially put together my team to compete in this New State Mobile event. We are so excited and have been putting in so much time together to hopefully take this event home. And all I'm going to say to Winsanity and Noah is, you guys better hope you don't run into us in these lobbies.
It is none other than the first ever New State Pro Surfin' Boy. He won the first ever influencer event. He has those amazing kicks. And get this, he trained under Godspeed.
Oh, all right.
He did. He said it on stream.
Godspeed's too good for me.
He said, I watched Godspeed, I learned from him, and that's how I won. So it's almost like Godspeed made the finals. It's exciting. It's exciting. Guys, gals, that's it. We know who the final is. There's $200,000 on the line when we get there. It's been an awesome couple of weeks to get here, so I have to get your final thoughts after 3 weeks of... It was wild. This was way outside of what I'm used to. It was nuts. Influencer events, open qualifiers, crazy teams, newcomers, ex-pros. Dave, final thoughts.
Yeah. What's up? I think on that graphic we had some leaks too on who is exactly on Winsanity's team. I don't think we heard that yesterday, so that's pretty exciting to see. And Surfing Boy, the TikTok sensation out here joining us, that's another huge surprise. So I'm looking forward to the grand finals here, Toffees.
I like it. Poro, final thoughts.
I'm super excited to see Surfer Boy and Winsanity and Noah from YouTube coming in with your cute little social media, all that stuff. It's fantastic. What are you gonna do when you're going up against M249, dog? I hope you've got a plan, because these guys are coming to play and they are looking deadly and dangerous.
You're gonna smash. I mean, you're right. Y'all gonna get smashed. I'm just gonna throw that out there.
Oh.
Maybe. Well, Win stacked his team. Dave's not saying it because he doesn't want to give a shout out to other game, but that is literally packed with COD pros. Like, Win's not kidding around. So that'll be fun to watch. Clover, final thoughts.
I mean, you guys are talking about the grand finals tomorrow. We still got a big match going on, and I think M249, they're good. They're scary. But we've got some other heavy hitters in this lobby, and I think now that they've had time to gel, to play for a couple of weeks, especially now that the pressure of qualifying for the grand finals is off them, there could be a potential for somebody to knock them off that pedestal. Maybe we'll see who knew a potential champion could be before we even get to the grand finals.
I like that. Voice of reason over here. Well done, Clover. There's still tomorrow, and everyone's qualified, which means if you ever wanted to try it, tomorrow is the day to do it. I'm excited. I can't wait to watch what's going to happen next. And don't forget to come back. We're going to be here at the same time, in the same place, with the 8 best teams this week playing for $3,000, as well as setting up their path to success when it comes to the grand final. We hope to see you here on behalf of myself, Clover, Mustache Dave, Porosaurus, the entire production team, and everyone at KRAFTON, thank you so much for watching. And until we see you tomorrow, play more New State.